I'm here this morning, surprised to be awake so early, really. Um, I should be on like a kind of hardcore sleepy week coming up here pretty quick because I finished a run and throughout that run I got consistently like 4 or 5 hours of sleep and I had 6 hours of sleep, so I got a lot of sleep to catch up on. I'm glad to be done with that bottle of Adderall. I kind of went hard for the last, I guess, 2 weeks, week and a half. Anyway, this video is titled CVS for a reason. Oh yes, we've got yet again more problems with horrible, horrible, horrible CVS. Hi Kira L. If you didn't know, CVS stands for constantly very shitty. And indeed, they have really lived up to their name this time. It is remarkable. I think you will not even, your jaw will drop when you hear what CVS has pulled this time. So, my doctor called in my Vyvanse prescription on Friday afternoon at 4:23 p.m. On Monday, I go to the CVS with Rachel. She gets her gabapentin, and I say I'm here for my Vyvanse. The pharmacist tells me my doctor has not called in the prescription yet. Hello, the man with the great machete. I've got a pretty great machete too. It's made in France. Anyway, so he tells me my doctor hasn't called it in yet. I say, oh, okay, well, I'll call my doctor's office when I get back home. I call my doctor's office the next day because it was too late to call him that day. And they tell me the doctor sent it on Friday at 4:23 p.m. So so then after I get a phone with the doctor, I call the pharmacy, and I say, I called my doctor's office. He said they did call it in on Friday, and the lady said, oh, it's on a high cost hold. And I said, okay, well, like I told you last month, I am getting this drug. I want to get it. I need to get it. I know it's expensive. It's $370, but I have to get it, so I'm getting it. She said, okay, I'll tell the pharmacist to fill the prescription. I don't go down there the next day because I just didn't get down there. I go down there yesterday and say I'm here for my Vyvanse. And they say, well, we don't have any of it. And I said, but my doctor called it in on Friday. Yesterday I called them and I called you guys and you said it was on a high cost hold. And the pharmacist says to me, oh, you have to You have to talk to me about this directly because it's a controlled substance. So the lady can't see access to all the information I can see, or something like that. And I said, but she told me it was on a high cost hold. He said, well, you need to talk to me. But I did talk to you on Monday, and you told me my doctor hadn't sent it in yet, but he had. The thing is, during this conversation, the pharmacist is desperately trying to avoid dealing with anything I'm saying, right? Like, doesn't want to address the fact that he told me the wrong thing on Monday, doesn't want to address the fact in a meaningful way that the lady told me the wrong thing on Tuesday, doesn't want to address the fact that if in fact I can't ask the lady questions about this and expect her to tell me the right answers, then why did she tell me any answer at all? Why wouldn't they have a rule in place to say that that she couldn't answer such questions? How am I doing? Well, uh, I would say I'm not really feeling like baby Eric right now. Sometimes I do feel like baby Eric, but right now I'm feeling like probably 16-year-old Eric. That's fine. I don't mind. I am sometimes baby Eric. I'm just saying that at this moment, I'm probably more like teenager Eric. Um, well, what I'm doing right now is complaining about this ridiculous experience. Um, this ridiculous experience I had at CVS yesterday. So anyway, I started getting a little annoyed in my first engagement with this man, obviously. And I started raising my voice, and he's like, "Well, look, the medicines are coming today. The medicines get delivered between 11 and 12. Just wait and come back a little bit later." And it's like 10:45, so I was like, "All right, fine." I go out in the parking lot. I sit there. I smoke a cigarette. Then I go through Jack in the Box, get some breakfast. Sit there a little while longer, thinking about this crazy nonsense that's going on in there. And when I go back in, I'm resolved to be very calm in all of my engagements because what he's looking for is for me to get upset at all so that he can say, You're angry, you can't talk with us disrespectfully or whatever." So I go in there very calm and I wait until the meds are delivered at like 12:15, right? No by meds has come. So I say to him, um, aren't you the one who told me to switch to Vyvanse because if you ordered it, you get it in no problem? It wouldn't be like Adderall. And at this point, he's just like, "Ah, Jesus." And he's getting all agitated and he's saying, "You've got to calm down. You've got to calm down," to me. And I said, "I'm completely calm. You're much more animated than I am." And then he suddenly like makes his hands stop moving and says, "What do you want?" And I said, "Well, can you acknowledge you made a mistake?" And he slammed his hands down on the counter, said, "Have a nice day, sir," and walked away. Oh, one more thing happened in that last exchange. I asked him, "Well, what day did you order it?" He said yesterday, which was Wednesday. My doctor called it in on Friday. I went in there and asked him about it on Monday. He told me my doctor hadn't called it in. I called him on Tuesday. The lady said, "Oh, he has called it in, but it's on a high cost hold." I skip Wednesday. I go in on Thursday. To discover not only do they not have it, but they didn't even order it. until Wednesday. What he told me yesterday is therefore it won't be here till Monday. I'm gonna call today, and I guess that means maybe they don't get a drug delivery today. I don't know. I know they don't on the weekends, but I think they get it every day during the week. So I'll call again today. But the thing is, it's like it's not that big of a deal that they screwed up, right? Like I'm assuming it was an honest mistake, although I'm not quite sure how that happens. Like the man's looking at a screen and seeing information on it and then telling me my doctor hasn't sent it in yet when he had actually sent it in on Friday at 4:23 p.m. When I called my doctor's office, she read the screen to me like, um, sent to Oakhurst CVS Pharmacy, uh, res- uh, verified submission, 4:23 p.m. Yeah. So it was like there was no disputing the fact that he had called it in on Friday. Yet the guy on Monday afternoon tells me the doctor hasn't called it in yet. Like, how exactly does that mistake happen? Is he not actually looking on the screen at my information? Is he just pretending to look at the screen? Is he reading the wrong person's thing? Like, how does that happen? And and then how does the other lady thing happen too? And if in fact I have to talk to him personally to get the right answer, then why doesn't he make a rule that says this lady can't give people answers? The thing is, I think before I walked in there, he was prepared to address the fact that the lady had told me yesterday that it was a high cost hold. And so, even though I started with, you told me on Monday that my doctor hadn't called it in, we probably will just switch pharmacies. I was just saying that to Rachel last night. I don't know why I insist on being so stubborn, but it's like I want to hold this fucker accountable. Like the fact that when I said, "Well, can you acknowledge that you made a mistake?" and he made him get so his face got all screwed up with emotion and he slammed his hands down and said, "Have a nice day, sir," and walked away. Like, who does that? It's kind of shocking. The problem for him is I still don't have my prescription. It's now a week late. And if in fact I can't get it till Monday, it'll be essentially a week and a half late. I mean, it's not like he can avoid dealing with me again, right? Well, I mean, all he ever had to do was be honest with me, right? And say, initially, we made a mistake. I'm sorry. At which point I would have just been like, okay, well, no bad, no problem. People make mistakes. I do too. I'll see you tomorrow or whatever. But people want to lie to me and or just like be dishonest. He wasn't technically lying to me. For example, when I asked him what day he ordered it, he told me the truth. It wasn't a very good truth for him, but he told it anyway. But he was being fundamentally dishonest by trying to put it onto me that the reason the reason I'd come down there for no reason, is because I had made the foolish error of talking to the lady who works at the pharmacy and asking her a question about my prescription status and believing her answer. That somehow I should have. I just have to know that I need to talk to him directly. He's the only one who can give me correct answers to things. But the thing is, he told me this like after I had already said to him, I came in here on Monday and he told me the wrong thing, because I think he had that strategy planned ahead of time, right? To deal with the fact that the lady had told me the wrong thing. He was gonna say, "Oh well, because it's a controlled substance, you need to talk to me directly because she doesn't have access to all the information or something." But of course, even that doesn't make any sense because not having access to all the information does not explain telling me the wrong information. And the problem he had, of course, was I said, "But I did talk to you on Monday and you told me the wrong thing." He didn't like that at all. But just like, I'm thinking about what I might say when I go in there. Like, you know, you're a pharmacist dispensing prescription drugs to people. Maybe you should be a little less cavalier about your job. If this were insulin and we're a week and a half late, I'd be dead. Ayo. So, obviously, all he bought himself was that insane attempt to, like, smoke and mirrors me away from reality. Um, was he earned himself a difficult phone call today by telling me that I should call and make sure I talk to him directly instead of the lady. Well, that's a terrible strategy, right? Because now he has to talk to me more. He was hoping that one little thing was going to get me to go, okay, I'll do it differently next time. But he fucked up too many different ways, right? So there's not really any covering his tracks. Because, I mean, it doesn't take a particularly smart person to realize when he calls his doctor and says, "Hey, you guys haven't sent in the prescription yet," and they read, "Yes, he sent it on Friday, blah, blah, blah." You don't have to be a genius to notice that there's a discrepancy there, right? That's why I'm assuming it has to be honest mistakes because it's too easy to get caught. If you're doing that on purpose, it's like a way to, I don't know why you do that on purpose for, but maybe he doesn't like me or something. Or things I hadn't really given him a lot of cause to dislike me prior to today. I mean, yesterday. Oh, it's coming. It's coming, you guys. The coffee's done its job. Plus the standing up and walking around a little bit. It's time for a big morning poop. I'll leave you guys out there, okay? You can look down the hall this way. So anyway, it's like, I think God's trying to tell me, just switch pharmacies already. I think we're going to switch to the pharmacy in the supermarket here in Mariposa. I blame Madera County. Seems like Mariposa County is the only good place in the world. Ah, this poop is like long overdue. I've been retaining my poo as part of a plan to increase my sex appeal. Retaining your semen to increase your sex appeal is like selling your car for gas money. That is so instrumental in like that retain your semen thing. It's like, let's do something physical, create a meaning, and pretend it's true. You know what's really, really opened my eyes? Made me just kind of like realize, wow, water fasting. That's like, when you cut sugar out of your diet, you feel so much more alive and aware. It's amazing. Yeah, I stopped eating gluten and I reached instant enlightenment. It's amazing. I'm so excited to be here. That's the number one thing YouTubers say at YouTube special club meetings. I'm so excited to be here. Oh my God. It is so exciting to be here. I too am very excited to be here. I'm not that excited to be here. To meet with these brands. Oh my God. Look, Rachel. I've been invited to a special YouTube club meeting where I get to meet with brands who are looking for YouTubers who are enthusiastically interested and really into their products to be real partners in promoting their brand. Oh, well, I don't know about any of these products. These are some kind of shoes that I don't have and don't want. And that's some kind of like girl makeup stuff that I don't have and don't want. And all of you brand representatives are horribly schmarmy corporate people that I don't like. I did poop successfully. I believe that by running out into the snow and jumping into a frozen over lake and then climbing back out and going into a sauna, I think that really opens up all my chakras. That's textbook instrumental NI, 2 or 4. Obviously, all that shit's nonsense. Yeah, well, let me tell you, it was a fair amount of poop, not a massive amount, but all of it was like rock hard poops. And it's because I've been a little constipated lately. I blame it on that bottle of speed. You know, sometimes, well, a lot of times what happens is this. Like at the beginning of a bottle of speed, you have a big colon blow. And then after that, you don't poop for like a couple of days. And then you start getting constipated. But I made an effort to eat some salad. I ate salad yesterday. And coffee is good to make you poop too. Coffee's uh, probiotic. Where did I leave my cup of coffee? That doesn't look like my cup of coffee. That looks like a yesterday cup of coffee. Did I leave it in the bathroom? Yes. I did leave it in the bathroom. Also fruit. Like, we got cherries and grapes in the fridge. I ate a few of the cherries yesterday, or 2 days ago maybe. I should eat some of the grapes too. Yesterday was a day off. Prunes. You know, it's funny. Prunes and raisins are the only dried fruit I can think of that have their own name. Like dried apricots are just dried apricots. Dried whatever is dried whatever, you know. But dried plums are prunes, and dried grapes are raisins. You eat them sometimes to hell. I'm gonna eat you straight to hell. That's pretty brutal of you, Acacia. So I wonder how my phone call is gonna go later with the guy. You know, yeah, we should make up names for our dried fruits or fried fruits. Um, like, for example, dried apricots could be called um, brogues. Brogues. If plums become prunes, well, let's see, then apricots should become apraroons. Aparoons. Okay, so we'll call it dried apricots aparoons. We'll call dried pineapple pinesins. It's like raisins, you know. We'll call dried mango mangamazons. Mangamazons. There used to be a magazine called Mamazons I had when I was in my 20s, probably, or late teens or something. Back when they used to sell pornography magazines at the 7-Eleven. They had one called Mamazons, which was all very big titted ladies, and I had a copy of that magazine. I read it for the articles mostly. That's not true. I'm lying. I didn't read it for the articles. Um, when I was a kid, the barbershop that my dad went to had magazines in the waiting area, among them Playboy magazines, which I always wanted to look at. Yeah. I perused it for the Amazons. Another such magazine that I enjoyed was called Big Naturals. Big Naturals magazine was about, well, it was kind of like Amazons. So yeah, I had a copy of Big Naturals, and I had a copy of Amazons. They were required texts for my women's studies class. Oh, that's a good joke right there. They were required textbooks for my women's studies class. Where's the other piece of this? There it is. So I guess even though I didn't take any yesterday, I took a bunch the day before. It's like it was in full blast diminishing return mode, so I took like 10 of them. And I guess I must have some still in my system because otherwise I should be fully crashed out right now. Of course, I like scheduled things assuming I'd have my Vyvanse by now. But I could probably use a few days off, so it's fine. Well, it's kind of hard to say how many milligrams they were. They purported to be 30s, but it wasn't real Adderall. It was like dark web Adderall. It was probably straight dextro. Yeah, well, I mean, when I tried it the first time, I just tried one first. It's like you can get sort of black market pharmacy stuff off the dark web. I can't, but in this instance, I came up on a bottle of it and pressed. They looked like 30s, Adderall 30s, the same shape, same. They looked just like them, but they weren't. It wasn't Adderall. It was probably just straight dextroamphetamine, which is better than Adderall, really. But but not as. But you know what? I'm not as it's like if I have it, I'll get thwacked out for sure. But I kind of feel a sense of like when I'm not doing that, yeah, I don't really like the extended release as much as the regular ones, but I don't really like any Adderall to be honest. I like Vyvanse better. Vyvanse is much more effective at doing what Adderall is supposed to do, which is like make you put a handle on shit, right? Adderall works like that for a day or two, maybe, you know? The first couple of days you put a handle on shit. After that, it stops working. Vyvanse continues to work for the duration of your doing it. It makes you productive, gets it done. It's it's a little bit flattening. So the reality I have is when I'm not on any amphetamines for a while, I'm happy. I'm happier. I'm sometimes really happy. You know, like, but it's hard to say for sure because I'm just entering into a new equilibrium. Everything up to the wedding was moving in here, dealing with the difficult winter, dealing with just being newly moved in to a place needing to get things and address things, fix things, or whatever, and then getting ready for the wedding, trying to get the concrete off that wall, etc. It's like all of that shit, and then the wedding happened. Then after the wedding, we're entered into basically now we can just live, and we can live without shit hanging over us all the time, without stress and pressure from all directions. And we've never had an opportunity to live like that before. And we're just kind of getting used to it. Um, it's delightful, but it's also unfamiliar. So it's like I used to go through life needing a lot of something, you know, because life often sucked. And I was confused and also unable to become unconfused because I didn't have enough ontological space to direct to that. You know, there were too many actual demands. No, I don't. I don't expect stressful stuff to pop up particularly. I mean, the thing is, the stresses of the last few years have all linked to my dying parents and um, moving, you know, ending a horrible relationship with Kimberly. That was a couple years of just misery. Then living in my dad's house was its own kind of misery. Um, moving was fucking torture. It's been a good 6 years since I've not been not been been overwhelmed by the realities of life. I don't I don't think the I mean, I feel like I've kind of crossed that hump of of being overwhelmed by negative SI. I still have those moments, shame shivers, regret, remorse, whatever. But I think I had this dream the other night where I dreamed I was living with my dad. I had to go back to high school to finish high school for some reason. And my dad was saying, we're staying in this house until it's legally not ours anymore. None of which makes any sense in the present context, of course, except if you interpret that dream as saying, look, Eric, these things are not true. You do not have to go finish high school. You already finished high school. And it would be silly to go back to high school now anyway. You'd really stand out among the student body. Additionally, you don't live with your dad. You don't own that house anymore. You don't have to stay there any longer. And all of that horrible shit is in the past. So, needless to say, I'm getting used to actually being free. Most of us, all of us pretty much, spend our lives in various kinds of cages that are the bars of which are primarily um, the need to make money, you know, the need to have sufficient resources to buy food and yeah. Um, when those are when that stress and pressure is removed so that you don't have to work and you can afford the things you need and you don't have to I have no housing expenses, right? Like I don't have to pay any mortgage or rent or anything. Well, it's especially strange for me, because I didn't plan for this, right? If you're an ESTJ or something, you plan for your retirement, you probably are prepared for it spiritually. Elon's going to make us all rich. Really? Well, I must say, having seen it a couple times now, I'm very impressed with the Starlink satellites. It makes me feel like I'm living in a science fiction book. Here in Mariposa, where there's not very much light pollution, it gets very dark at night, and you can see those satellites clear as anything. There's a string of very clear, small blue lights moving across the night sky in a line. It's crazy. They must be in fairly low orbit, I would guess. And those satellites are there to provide internet. I hear it's not even very good. I hear the Starlink internet's not very good. We're going to get fiber pretty soon. Good morning, Lou. How are you this morning? Namaste. I've got some good news. I've been retaining my semen. No, I haven't really been retaining it. In fact, I evacuated my semen holds yesterday. Yeah, fiber. Well, I ate salad yesterday. I'll eat salad again today. I got fruit. I could get some like Metamucil, but I did have a pretty decent poop this morning. I did. Yeah, I know. It's one of those things I like to make fun of because it's just such an insane idea. I remember I watched a video about it where this guy was saying by not having sex or ejaculating, you you make yourself you give off a lot more sexual energy, yourself a lot more appealing to the opposite sex, so that you can then not have sex with them. Oh, I hate that shit. I hate that, Lou. I know exactly what you're talking about. And it is horrible. You have to get up and you have to walk it off. Even though you're fast asleep, and then all of a sudden, ah! Yeah, well, I think my earlier analogy is exactly right. Retaining semen to improve your sex appeal is like selling your car for gas money. I tell you who else sold his car for gas money? That pharmacist. Hi, Boba Fett. Like, in order to try to avoid, like, getting caught screwing up, he sold his car for gas money because all he did with his horrible strategy was establish the frame for future conversations that he's not going to like. Retaining pills for withdrawal. You know, I think there's kind of an implicit desire with instrumental NI for there to be uh, straightforward physical things you can do that impact you spiritually, mentally, etc. And there are. It's just called exercise. Oh, kitty, you've got these things in you. You've got those stickers in you. That's not good. Yes, I know. Daddy's trying to get the stickers out of you. Because you went down the hill and you got little stickers in you. Yes. Daddy's gonna get it there. Daddy got it. It's okay. Daddy got it. Exercise on a woman. The thing about nofap or retaining your semen is it's bad for your prostate. Sorry, guys. If you don't want to have an enlarged prostate when you're older, definitely FAP. I remember after my marriage and a brief foray into dating, which revealed to me that this is not a good use of my time. It takes way too much energy and time to try to bed a girl, and then it's it's not it's like it's not worth it. You guys spend a lot of time like, hey girl, and then for what? Just to have sex? So after a brief foray into that, I spent like a year at not caring about sex and really not fapping much, and I believe completely that that negatively impacted my prostate because it was after that sabbatical of doing things that didn't involve sex at all that my prostate started to be like enlarged. Oh, yes, you want so many pets. Why do you want so many pets? Is it because you've been pet deprived? I pet you so much yesterday, though. Oh, yes. You are truly a special and noble kitty. Yes. Oh, yes. Daddy knows. And Daddy loves. Yes, he does. Daddy knows and Daddy loves. Yeah, Kitty wants 1 million pets, she says. I say 1 million? That's too many pets. Oh, yes. Oh, yes. Oh, my goodness, yes. Oh, yes. So many pets. All right, go ahead. If you're going to get down, get down. This is an ISTJ cat. Yes, she is. She's very self-sufficient. She's a good huntress. She doesn't need us to watch her when she eats like Trouble does. And she's got a lot of SI. She's always cleaning herself. She's wonderful, wonderful kitty. Having wonderful times. Always cleaning herself, making sure she has clean lines. Yeah, well, she is a little FE polar in the sense that she doesn't care when we want to pet her. She only cares when she wants us to pet her. But also, she was born in bed next to me, so she's got a lot of SI with me, you know. She's had me in her life since birth, since like literally the moment she was born. She was born right next to me in bed. Boy, did that make a mess. Anyway, she's a good kitty, and she has her ways. You know, she's very predictable. Like she likes to come over here to get pets for me, and then when she's tired of getting pets, she goes over here and sleeps on the back of this thing behind Rachel's head. Because Rachel's a lot shorter than I am, so her head doesn't go up here all the way, you know. Yeah, well, I like both of our cats a lot. They're fantastic, and they really make the house a home, and make me and Rachel a family, you know. And they're it's interesting having cats because Trouble is one of the more interesting cats I've ever encountered. Like, he's extremely talkative. He's very effy. He wants us to watch him eat. He's kind of jealous and possessive of us, and he always wants to sleep between us. He's like a dog, you know. When I go to the bathroom, he'll sit in at my feet in the bathroom and like guard me, I guess. But of course, he's both, I believe, an ENFJ, and it's also the case that prior to becoming a family with us, prior to the animal control people snipping his balls off, um, he was a feral cat who nobody could even dream of touching or he'd tear you to shreds, you know. But since animal control snipped his balls, he turned into this lord of love and violence. He's super loving, but he'll also still scratch you if you pet him too many times or something. But he sure has like actualized as a cat in some way. He used to be very defined by his having been born and raised in the streets, but now he's a huge love muffin and very engaged with us, like looking at us, talking to us all the time. It seems as though he wants to do activities with us, but he's a cat, not a dog, and he doesn't seem to quite know what activities he wants to do. When we used to go for a walk in Arcadia, he'd walk all the way around the block with us on some occasions, but just like a dog. He's a very dog-like cat, and he's a big cat too, like big and heavy, and when he's like on the bed, for example, and you're trying to move him over a little bit or something, he just plays civil disobedience, dead weight. Like, no, I can't move at all, dude. I refuse to budge. No, you know, he used to do that when we first got here. He'd leave the house all day, be gone all day, and come back at nighttime. I think he was looking for a way back to Arcadia, but at some point he settled in here, and now he's almost entirely an inside cat. Both the cats can go in and out as they wish all day, all night long. I just keep the side door of the garage cracked. There's a cat door on the door that goes into the house. It's perfectly designed. It's incredible because because it both you've got this kind of like airlock of the garage between you and the cat door, and since I've been doing that, I rarely even have to clean up anything in the cat box. So, you know, they can come in and out anytime, all day, all night, but both of them at this point stay inside most of the time. They just hang out with us. And they sometimes go sit outside for a little while, you know. But they both seem to be very happy now. Took Trouble a little while to adjust. Capillo adjusted much more quickly because number one, she's moved with me before twice, and number two, as far as she's concerned, home is where the Eric is. But Trouble, on the other hand, he had spent his whole life in Arcadia, on the tough streets of Arcadia, and had just begun really being integrated as a family cat with us when it was time to move. And it was pretty clear when we first got here that he felt ultra betrayed. Like he had trusted us and we had betrayed him badly. But he seems to have gotten over that. So he's a pretty happy cat now. And it's perfect. Like the two cats are perfect, right? I I've had a dog before, had dogs before, and I don't want to get another dog because they require too much. Because you can't do with a dog what I do with the cats, right? You can't just leave the side door open and let them go run around and it's fine. I don't like cages at all. I don't like animals having to stay inside if they don't want to. I also don't like regular responsibilities like walking my dog so it can go poo and picking it up. You know, the cat box is so efficiently set up here that I never haven't really minded the cat cleaning the cat box at all. But now I don't even really have to do that ever. Cats are nice because it's like having two independent operators living with you. Trouble is a lot more like a dog, but even still, he's a cat, and so you know they don't need your constant attention. They're not constantly on your ass. I mean, I liked that when I had Lacey, but different part of my life now. I don't need that much dependency on me. I don't need that much responsibility. As it is, having the two cats means Rachel and I can't go out of town for more than like one night, which is fine. You know, we don't need to go out of town. I'm looking forward to going out of town on the 22nd of September, though. Going to San Luis Obispo, staying at the Madonna Inn. Did I like Lacey Park? I've been to Lacey Park before, and Acacia, if you're serious about that, we might actually take you up on that at some point. Um, I've been to Lacey Park before. It is a nice park because San Marino is very like exclusive. You have to be a San Marino resident to go to Lacey Park, and okay, I'll give you some. The Woodland friends want some woodland cutlets. Okay, I'm gonna go give the Woodland friends some cutlets. go with my friends. I didn't give them any cutlets yesterday because I just forgot about it. Let me close the garage door. It took me many months, but I finally got smart about the garage door and put what my dad referred to as the twanger right here. That way I can more easily go in through the front of the garage rather than always going in through the house. I'm gonna go pee now. The coffee went right through me. Feels good to urinate. I think I got some more poo coming too, so it's a pretty exciting bathroom trip overall. Well, turned out to be a false alarm on the poop. But I did successfully urinate, and I believe that earns me 1 wonder point. So that's good. Wow, this cat's been drinking a lot of water. I just filled that thing up and it's low already. Listen, would you like some Ryan Seacrest? Are you metrosexual? Whoa, whoa, Seacrest. I like how on BoJack Horseman, um, their like Access Hollywood show, the people on it are a Ryan Seacrest type and some lady. BoJack Horseman is really brilliant. Very good show. I gotta say this. I gotta say it. You're gonna say, but Eric, I thought you were patriotic. I am at this point rooting against the U.S. women's national team. I read an article the other day about how sanctimonious that whole team is. One of the lines in the article was, in recent years, this team has been more about social justice than soccer. I mean, like the U.S. women's national team has led the fight for equal pay for women's soccer, right? Except there's a problem. The viewership for the Women's World Cup, despite my avid love of it, is much lower than for the Men's World Cup. And that's where revenue comes from. The attendance at the stadium for the Women's World Cup is much lower than for the Men's World Cup. And that's where revenue comes from. So, obviously, the marketplace determines how much somebody should be paid, not their social justice notion. Like, should men lacrosse players make as much money as NBA players? Well, they're just as committed to their craft and blah, 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 blah. Yeah, but nobody wants to watch lacrosse. And that's where the money comes from. Germany didn't play America yet at all in this tournament and won't because they're knocked out. Germany was in a different group and they didn't advance from the group stage. Unless you're talking about like a replay of men's soccer or something, or maybe it wouldn't necessarily have to be a replay. The men could be playing a friendly, but the women, Germany was the foosball. No, there are no trans women playing Boba Fett, as far as I know. But there was one woman from Zambia who was disqualified from an earlier tournament for excessively high testosterone levels. So I don't know what that means. They're knocked out though already. They did win a game. Yeah, but Germany, the number 2 team in the world, shockingly got knocked out of the group stage by drawing South Korea in the third game, while concurrently Morocco shockingly beat Colombia in their third game. So it's Colombia and Morocco advancing from that group. Germany's knocked out and South Korea's knocked out. And anybody going into that tournament would have said the favorite in that group is Germany. The second favorite is probably South Korea. And the third favorite is Colombia. And the least favorite is Morocco. But Colombia and Morocco advanced from the group. That was kind of shocking. But I've been saying it all along, and I was reading articles yesterday that they had that the sports writers were all in agreement with me. I mean, watch pretty much all of the World Cup games. I'm most impressed with Japan and England. Most impressed with Japan, frankly. Japan looks, well, one one of the commentators on ESPN referred to their play as achingly clinical. Their dismantling of Spain was a work of art. It was so impressive. Spain had possession for probably 65%, 70%, right? And Japan beat them 4 or 5 to nothing. Spain could not penetrate that Japanese defense at all. They passed, and they couldn't find any way in. Meanwhile, like every counter strike that Japan sent down the field, like they scored a goal. It was just crazy. They were so precision in everything. It was the most impressive squad I've seen. The other really impressive squad is England. But you know, England looked very human in its first game, where they squeaked past Haiti. But in their last game, they looked like world beaters. Nevertheless, I have my doubts about whether that powerful looking England offense what they're going to be able to do against Japan's amazing defense. Japan has not given up a goal yet in the tournament and has beat their opponents 5-0, 2-0, and 4-0. Like, Spain had also beaten the other two teams in that group by a score of 5-0 and 3-0. So they came in both having won their first two games into the third game, both looking like world beaters. And in fact, somebody on ESPN, despite the dismantling by Japan, picked Spain to win the whole thing anyway. But the Spanish women looked the same as the Spanish men in the last World Cup. The first time in the group stage, I was so impressed with the Spanish men. I had them being the World Cup champions. And then they ran into a good defense with people who were like running up and pressing them at all times, and they got dismantled. So, I mean, I like watching that kind of game. The Spanish men are amazing to watch when they're against an opponent whose defense isn't top notch. It's like all the one-touch passes and everything is just incredible. The Spanish women aren't as good as the Spanish men, but play the same style. Now, it's worth noting that the U.S. women's national team, while they did have to squeak through the group stage, they finished second in their group and were 6 inches away from being knocked out in the group stage. Because had who was it? Portugal? Had Portugal scored that goal in that game where it hit the post in their last game, the U.S. would have been knocked out. But they made it through. And the thing is, it is the case that the U.S. played Netherlands, which is a very strong squad, 1-1, and looked better in the game overall than the Netherlands. So I think it's probably a little early to write the U.S. off, because even though they aren't playing well, I think that they're still among the more talented squads at the World Cup. What's interesting is how, like the Philippines, but so many of the squads there have Americans on their team. like the the striker for South Korea last night, or 2 nights ago, whatever that um, was a 16-year-old American born in South Korea, but then raised in New Jersey, and and she played for South Korea as their striker, and she was just 16 years old, but she was an American who was had a Korean mother and a American father. Um, wow, Mbappe turned down $1 billion contract to play in the Saudi league. Well, I mean, here's what I think about the Saudi league. By embracing Ronaldo as its first big score, they define themselves as the league of washed up, diluted uh, players past their prime. That was not a good choice. Like, what was a good choice? Miami getting Messi, because Messi still has some some goals left in him. Ronaldo just needs to hang up the boots. So, I mean, the Saudis may have a lot of money to throw around at players, but that's not any real guarantee that your soccer league is going to become among the elite soccer leagues in the world, because um, people don't want to play in Saudi Arabia. People don't want to live in Saudi Arabia. You know. Um, Saudi Arabia, there's no alcohol there. Probably a lot of soccer players like to drink alcohol. There's, a bunch of Islamic rules and stuff that Western people are going to find offensive. Well, I mean, because Mbappe has plenty of money. He's got more money than he knows what to do with. And he's only got a certain number of years in the prime of his career to showcase his abilities and, set records and make a name for himself. He doesn't want to go labor in obscurity in Saudi Arabia. Right, he's at the peak of his career. He could get injured anytime. Yeah, yeah, yeah. He wants to play in the top level league. He doesn't want to whore himself for the Saudi Arabians. If you're like more or less the best player in the world, why would you want to do that? Just for it's like 200 million euros is like $400 million. It's a lot of money. Otani's going to get so much money when his contract comes to for renewal. Shohei Ohtani is mind-boggling. It's you know, I get that there's been plenty of hype about him already, but it feels like he's been underhyped. This motherfucker is leading the Angels in all six categories. All three batting categories that they put at the, like, these are the basic three batting categories, and all three pitching categories. He's like in the top 10 of most of all of the batting and pitching stats for the league. It's crazy. It's like, and the thing is, I really don't think that this is going to start some new wave of two-way players because, you know, they're both such, there's both such complex and difficult skill sets, hitting and pitching, that it's difficult to be good at both of them because each of them requires all of your focus. And, in general in life, there's always the death of potentialities in making any real choice. In order to choose to be something or do something, you have to forsake another option. It's just built into life. Otani somehow um, avoided that in baseball. They call them all rounders in cricket, those who can bat and throw well. Well, I mean, the thing is, pitching in baseball is an extremely uh, specialist kind of a thing. Like, you've got to have high velocity, multiple pitches, pinpoint accuracy, and the ability to change speeds. To be at the top level of pitching means being a top level specialist in a physical, like, art form or whatever you want to call it, that requires constant work, research, and attention. Like, you got to be researching all the batters you're going to face. You got to be, uh, you know, fine tuning your delivery and your everything, adjusting in between games, etc. Are we talking about dumbing down the masses circus? No, I'm talking about baseball. I'm not sure what dumbing down the masses circus is. And it's also important, John Doe, to remember that the masses are dumb all by themselves. Anyway, so Shohei Ohtani is going to get a massive contract, understandably, because this is the best season he's ever had, too. Looking at his career stats, this is his best season batting and his best season pitching. Oh, well, uh, I mean, I'm not dumb and I like sports. I like sports for a good reason, of course. There's authenticity there. It's like what you're seeing are people trying out trying their hardest to win an authentic competition. Emotions are real. Uh, the There's a clarity of winning and losing that makes the visceral engagement with it interesting, as well as the fact that there's an intellectual aspect to it. There's lots of different kinds of analysis that one can do on different kinds of sports. I've been talking about soccer and earlier, and you know, it's really interesting to see the different styles of play the different teams have, and whether or not they're effective. Watching Japan successfully execute a very defensive minded approach to to score a number of goals while basically being defensively minded is interesting. Sports has been used by the government, just like circus, to distract people from real matters. Oh, so you mean people don't authentically like playing sports? People don't authentically like watching sports? They've been tricked into watching something they don't really like. It's kind of a strange position to have. I mean, it's weird because, like, I remember enjoying physical activity, at least as a kid, authentically. I don't remember any government people ever telling me to like sports. I used to play a lot of pickup basketball in college and after college even. And I guess I was just lying to myself. I thought I enjoyed it, but turns out it was part of a government plot. That's true. Man, some people go to the circus. I don't. But I also don't think that their poor taste in activities is a government plot. So it is true that in the history of human civilization, we've had plenty of governments, you know, provide things to the population to entertain, mollify, or generally reduce tensions, sustain the peace, etc. But nowadays, unfortunately, we have to pay to watch sports. We have to buy tickets and everything. The government doesn't give us free tickets to the game. No, I mean, that's probably true. I don't watch sports in order to get wise, but it's also the case that there are perfectly legitimate, desirable, and even advisable activities that aren't designed to pursue wisdom. Like, for example, I went pee earlier. It wasn't something that made me wise, but it was still a good thing to do. So I like enjoying myself, having a good time. I like watching a good soccer game, which is exciting, not because I particularly am rooting necessarily for one side or the other, but because of all the reasons I articulated already. Regardless, people don't need to justify enjoying what they enjoy. Enjoyment in and of itself is a perfectly fine end. I'm sorry that my sports viewership is not intellectual enough for you, but I enjoy it nevertheless. I think John Doe's name is Michael. That's what I think. So yeah, regarding the CVS thing, Boba Fett, if you got here late, they messed up on my prescription like multiple times, and I I was just shocked by their like accountability avoidance yesterday, as the pharmacist tried to play it off like I should have done things differently when in reality they just fucked up royally. Well, you know what, John Doe? I've recently, on a few occasions, bought tickets to the A's game in Oakland, and they actually made it quite difficult for me to buy tickets. They insisted I upload a picture of my driver's license to verify that it was really me buying the tickets. That's how much the Oakland A's don't even believe anybody wants to go to their games. But when I did buy tickets, I'm not sure if elites wanted me to or not, but I am sure that I wanted to. So, regardless of whether the elites wanted me to, I did what I wanted. The last game we went to, unfortunately, was a day game, so we sat in the sun too much. Now, I don't want to go to another A's game, not for a while, because I had a bad experience in the last one. Maybe the elites are sad. Again, I don't care because I'm doing what I want to do. I'm going to a Johnny concert on the 22nd of September in San Luis Obispo to see some fantastic rock and roll. Do you think that's a waste of time as well, John Doe? My wife and I are going to have a wonderful like one night vacation. We're going to stay in the Madonna Inn and stay in one of the themed rooms in the Madonna Inn, and we're going to go to see Johnny play a show at a 900 seat venue. What do the elites think of that, do you suppose, John Doe? Do they have an opinion about that as well? Yeah, they want you to use a hotel. They want you to go to a show. Oh, well, I'm surprised they have an opinion about it, but okay. The elites don't want you speaking the truth of John Doe speaking. That's what they're scared of. That proves the point that the elites wanted to pay for tickets to focus on the things which are of no use in the process of ascension. What are we ascending to? The second floor. I see. But sporting events are not? What counts as recreational? You have a list for me of things that qualify as okay recreational and things that are Me just being programmed by the society's evil elites. Oh no, I mean Boba Fett. If you want to have your mind blown, listen to Johnny's new album. It's fantastic. It's spectacular. Listen to the new album, man. You can't sum up Johnny because you you have to listen to his catalog of shit. He has a lot of different songs that may, in some ways, musically allude to a variety of different things, and all of them quite successful. Not all of them, but almost all of them, and most of them spectacular. So if you listen to it's never fair, always true. His new album, you just listen to that thing start to finish, and it's mind blowing track after mind blowing track. Ascending to a conscious way of living. Well, why are you presuming other people aren't engaged in a conscious way of living? I mean, I'm conscious, I'm living. In what way am I lacking in consciousness? I'm certainly highly aware of what I'm doing, making plenty of meaning in it. Meanwhile, is pretending Boba Fett doesn't exist ascending to a conscious way of living? Nah, 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 nah. Is that ascension? And how are you able to distinguish between those who are living consciously and those who are not? Am I living consciously? Or do I still need to ascend? It's all death metal here on. It's all ragecore. Well, it's half ragecore, half sparklecore. Hmm. Questions, right? They're hard to answer. Yeah, I mean, I think if we were to take the subject seriously of like actualization, for me, I've discovered that actualization has had probably three components. One of those is, well, probably four components. One of them was quitting drinking. I had to quit drinking before I could even begin to possibly actualize. I was a mess, even though I was very successful when I was drinking professionally. Um, I was not well spiritually. I was not, I didn't want to be alive, basically. Um, when I quit drinking, that enabled me to potentially actualize. Then uh, YouTube is a second important thing. Uh, Without YouTube, I never could potentially have even really begun to actualize because I need this kind of engagement, right? I It's fair to say that I actualize externally, or if you want to make it a more operationalized understanding of it, that I come to know who I am best by presenting myself externally, watching that, getting response, interface from people in the chat and so forth. That's how I best come to know who I am and what I believe and what I don't, etc., is by talking about it all the time. So YouTube was a second critical component in at least enabling me to actualize. The third one was is part of it's like 2A, which is cognitive functions came along with YouTube and enabled me to understand the world a lot better, understand why people behaved as they did instead of what I perceived as sane, why I perceived that thing as insane and they perceived me as insane, even though um, from my perspective I was clearly right. How can you explain all of that, right? Well, you can explain it once you know. That's why you know. Well, I mean, it's like cognitive functions provided me the the capacity to it provided me the words I needed to start to understand my own metacognition in a organized way. So I'd always been inclined towards metacognition, which is the thinking about my own cognitive processes and what they represented. But I didn't have a lexicon of terms that meaningfully classified those expressions of consciousness in a way that let me make additional meaning from the metacognition. Cognitive functions enabled that. Then the next thing that was critical was getting out of the BPD relationship, getting out of the sequence of bad relationships and getting with Rachel. Because I'm most happy, most satisfied, secure, comfortable, etc. when I'm in a long-term relationship. But I'd never been in a long-term relationship with the right person before. And as soon as I got with Rachel, after some initial adjustments, because we were both coming into this relationship having been informed by previous relationships about the the fundamental incompatibility of ourselves with other people, right? So it took a while to get accustomed to what it meant to actually be compatible, and but after that, um, Rachel was critical in enabling me to get through a very difficult time period um, intact, So, and of course, I needed to also get with her then rather than after my parents died because it's like she put in the time and lived through the difficult part with me as a reliable boatmate. So I don't have to worry about her just being a fair weather relationship partner at all. And then the final thing that enabled me to actualize and was also necessary was the death of my parents and my inheritance of the estate. Because ultimately, I'm an intuitor. I'm most well served when I don't really have to work because I I'm not good at S stuff and I'm not good at TE stuff really. What I'm good at is this. If I were gonna work, it should be doing something like this. But this isn't of enough value to other people for it to qualify as work, really. So, John Doe, the good news is I've got a protocol in place regarding whether or not I believe things or affirm things. So if in fact you had good cause to say that sports are being used by them to meow, then you'd make those good, compelling arguments yourself, and I'd be convinced by them. Since you don't, can't, or won't present those good and compelling arguments yourself, then I conclude you don't have them, which means you shouldn't believe that. But I get it. You know, we don't we don't become good thinkers overnight. It's a matter of having the capacity to be honest enough with oneself that one chooses to learn from opportunities that one can learn from rather than um, struggle against them vainly in hopes of maintaining some kind of incorrect self concept that's predicated on either pride or insecurity or something, you know? No, I mean, I was always very sure about settling down. It was just with the wrong person. I was always somebody who got into long term relationships right away. Like, I didn't like dating, you know? But I just got with the wrong person. I wasn't good at choosing relationship partners. And I guess I was this time. I mean, I, I don't know how and why um, Rachel and I found each other. I mean, I know how. I can articulate the specifics of it, but it seems impossible almost. But at the same time, it seems kind of extra possible. If you if you try to go out with somebody who's been a fan of your YouTube channel for a while you were in a relationship with somebody else, who's consistently left nice comments on your videos for like at least a year, maybe more, well, there's a decent chance that person actually likes you and will enjoy your company, maybe. Because around here, you guys know what it's like. Here we are live streaming. We're almost 2 hours into a stream. And what's it really been about? It's just been about nothing. It's just me talking about random things, you know, talking to the people in the chat, just hanging out. And and if you like me in this capacity, then you're gonna like me in real life because this is how I actually am. You know, it's not like I'm on when I'm streaming. You know, I mean I might be a little quieter when I'm not streaming. Obviously, when I'm streaming, I feel it's my responsibility to continue to provide content, not just dead air. Well, John Doe, you're entitled to your opinion, and you're definitely entitled to be attracted to whomever you wish. I mean, I was single by choice for a while too. After my marriage, after a brief foray into dating, uh, I was single for a solid year. Didn't even think about chicks. Didn't really hardly even fap. But and then I decided that I was tired of being single. But but it may be the case that you're not SX. I think that this SX, SP, SO division is both useful and by and large true for most specific individual. Namely, that they're either constitutionally designed to be in a long term relationship, like that's where they're most comfortable. Or you can imagine in three scenarios of people in a long term relationship. SX, they have a tendency to be a couple all the time. Those are the ones that are like, you never call me since you got with your new boyfriend or whatever. There's SP. Those ones want to maintain their independent circles of friends and stuff like that, maybe independent finances. I'm going to hang out with my group of friends over here, so I'll see you tomorrow. They don't go everywhere as a couple, blah, blah, blah. Then there's the social types. They see their mate and their couplehood as something to integrate into the larger group, maybe a larger family, and or maybe some other group. Well, I mean, what's my opinion about ENFP, ENTP relationships? A disaster for sure. You know, they both have the same dominant function, but each of them thinks the other is using it in the wrong way. They can never really communicate with one another because TI tool tries to deal with words as expressions of specific meaning, whereas FI tool tries to deal with words as expression of self. So when an FI tool person says some nonsense and I correct them, they feel like I'm attacking who they are. When they don't answer my question, I feel as though they're being dishonest. But based on what you said so far, you know, you should probably revisit the question of whether you're an ENTP. And somebody who's scornful and needy, um, well, that can either occur in response to potentially your bad behavior, or it can occur because the person themselves is damaged, but that's not going to be related to the type, right? Hi, Alexander Hansen. How are you this morning? Are you enjoying a BLT sandwich for breakfast? No, I mean I think here at Lamb TI people are very likely to say both of those things. The TI people critique things as dumb, stupid, wrong, blah 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 blah. And they may generalize that to people as well. As I'm sure have called um, Club ENTP dumb before, That's the basic TI line of critique is this is wrong, incorrect, dumb, stupid, etc. All of those are TI things. FI people are not likely to say that. They're likely to say, I don't know. I don't know what they're likely to say. They're just likely to say, change the subject, I guess, or It's like the guy at the pharmacy. I don't know what his deal is, but it is the case that I I was causing him FI issues when I was challenging him on his nonsense, uh, and not letting him wheedle his way out of things. I think he might be an FE Dom actually, but probably his accountability avoidance is not linked to type, but rather to some problem from maybe trauma or something like that. I don't know. So the thing is, it's like with the recent dramas with or the re-eruption of dramas with Melissa Talks, Michael Smith, Kobe HP. Um, you can see a lot of FI in the mix in all of those things, right? And the reason um, why there's it's so volatile does link to the fact that FI tool users, especially like sensory FI tool users, um, they're going to be fundamentally appalled by me if they're like, okay, if their FI has gone wrong in some way, they're going to be fundamentally appalled by me because basically people think that their 8th slot function is where evil comes from, and they think that um, that nobody else should ever use their polar to do anything. So in that regard, I'm doing the same thing that's where evil comes from, NEing all the time, and I'm using the function nobody should ever use, TI, to make decisions. I feel that way about ESFP sometimes, but the thing is, that's not the case for all ESFPs who are going to have a problem with me at all. In order for an ESFP to have a problem with me, their FI has to have already gone wrong. If their FI has gone correct, they're they're enjoying the benefits of knowing what's authentically important to them and enjoying that. But if it's gone wrong, then they're over fixated on what they don't like, and their what should be a strength becomes a weakness, and they become spiteful. So it's like, I think it's important that we not mistake the FI, the obvious like FI run amok of Michael Smith, Melissa Talks, Club ENTP as inferring a indictment of FI in general. How do you deal as an ENTP with people who might find you cool but don't want to admit and instead try to make you look dumb? In short, those who dislike you. ENTPs are subject to hate and jealousy. Well, I mean, I just leave a trail of bodies behind me. People come in and try to make me look dumb, and consistently it gets turned on them. Instead of making me look dumb, they make me look smart. And, it's like everybody wants to test the fastest gun in the West, right? But he's the fastest gun in the West for a reason. And it's unwise to test him. So, I mean, there's a certain kind of like trolly spitefulness that I'll just ban right away because it's not engaging me in any way except through the guys, through like thinly or unveiled personal attacks, right? In that case, I'll just have to ban the person because even though the truth about whatever it is they're personally attacking me about uh, does in fact make me look good, the spite is just so um, raw that I don't want to encourage it at all. It's like clearly that person's not experiencing a healthy time right now. Like they're not happy in some. If you're getting that, if you get that spiteful towards somebody, you're not you're not very happy, right? It's like um, you've got too much of your attention on how you can do harm and too little attention on how you can live your own life well, Okay, I'm gonna repeat the whole CVS story. I'll be quick with it because the details of it are unbelievable. Frankly, it's so ridiculous. I called my prescription in on Friday, last Friday. The doctor called it in to the CVS on Friday at 4:23 p.m. I go in on Monday to get my prescription. Rachel has to get hers as well, so we're going down there together. And the pharmacist tells me my doctor has not called in the prescription yet. So I say, okay, well, I'll call my doctor's office. So the next day, I called the doctor's office, and they told me actually he did send it in at 4:23 p.m. Submission verified. She read the screen off of me and everything. Uh, so I call on Tuesday the pharmacy, and I say, hey, what's up with this? The lady kind of cuts me off and says, "Oh, it's on a high cost hold." And I said, "But the pharmacist told me my doctor hadn't called." She said, "Well, it's on a high cost hold." I said, "Okay, well, I want it filled. As I told you last month, I have to get the medication. Please do fill it." She said, "Okay, I'll have the doctor fill the prescription." And I don't do anything on Wednesday. I go down yesterday and high cost hold because it's $372. They don't want to fill it and then have you go, no, I don't want it because it's too expensive. So they double check that you want it before they fill it. Um, I go down there yesterday and the guy says to me that they don't have any, that they are waiting for it to come in. And so I, of course, point out the fact that on Monday, he told me the wrong thing, that he told me the doctor hadn't sent it in. On Tuesday, they told me it was on high cost hold. And he tries to just brush those things out of the way and not address them at all and tells me that, oh, when you called yesterday, you have to just talk to me directly because it's a controlled substance. This lady doesn't have access to all the information or whatever. I mean, I think I'm even giving him that argument that he didn't even make, that she doesn't have access to all the information, just that she somehow, you know, because controlled substance, and he talked to him directly. And I reminded him I did talk to him on Monday, and he told me the wrong thing, and he doesn't want to address that at all, right? He just wants to brush that out of the way, and he says, okay, look, the drugs are getting delivered at 11, between 11 and 12. Just wait and come back. I was like, fine. So I had gotten a little bit, raised my voice a little bit, not too much, but a little bit in that first exchange. And of course, he immediately goes to like, you can't be disrespectful, blah 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 blah. So I say, um, so I say to myself in the car after I go to Jack in the Box, get some food, smoke a cigarette. I say to myself, okay, be really calm when you go next time. So I went in next time, and then, um, and of course, the drugs do not arrive with the shipment. First of all, the shipment doesn't show up till 12:15, so I'm waiting there like a full hour plus, and the drugs do not arrive on this day. And he says, well, they haven't come here today, and you have to come get them on Monday. And I said, but aren't you the one who told me to switch to Vyvanse because if you order it, you'd get it in no problem? It wouldn't be like Adderall. And he's getting all flustered, right? And he says, well, what do you want? First of all, he gets all flustered and agitated, and tells me to calm down again, except I'm being super calm. So I said, I'm as calm as can be. You're getting quite agitated. You're the one you're more animated than me. And so then he stops gesticulating, and he said, well, what do you want? And I say, well, can you acknowledge that you made a mistake? And he said, he slammed his hands down on the counter and he said, have a nice day, sir. Turned around and walked away from me. So, you know, first he tries to make it out like I'm the problem because I'm complaining about this very legitimate thing to complain about. And, I mean, he's not the doctor. He's the he's the pharmacist. The problem here is then I ask him, when did you order it? And he says yesterday, which was Wednesday. So the doctor sent it in on Friday. I asked him about it on Monday. I called him about it on Tuesday. I called them about it, talked to the lady on Tuesday. And he didn't order it until Wednesday. And if they don't get a delivery on Friday, which was implied by the fact that he told me I would be able to get it on Monday, but I'll have to call today and check. Let's say I do have to wait. I know they don't get deliveries on the weekend, so if I have to wait till Monday, it means my prescription will be a week and a half late. And it will be because he didn't order it until 5 days after my doctor sent it in. Despite the fact that I had talked to it, had sought the prescription by a direct contact with him on Monday and calling them on Tuesday. Both on Monday, he told me that a falsehood. I don't know if he was lying or just wrong, but he told me the doctor had not sent the prescription in. But the doctor had sent it in 3 days prior on Friday afternoon. On Tuesday, the lady tells me it's on a high cost hold and that she'll have the doctor fill the prescription. Now, it's plausible that the lady saw on screen 1 high cost hold, didn't look on screen 2 that said we don't have any. That's plausible. But even so, why didn't he order it on Tuesday then? He's being awfully cavalier with my prescription. if this is representative of how he does the job in general, well, if this were insulin and I got it a week and a half late, I'd be dead. He's got a professional responsibility to care a little bit about about my prescription, right? Like, oh, and even if he made a mistake, fine. Like, okay, people make mistakes. You fucked up somehow when I asked you on Monday, when you looked on the screen, what day was this prescription? What's going on with this prescription? You thought we don't have any medication, said the doctor hasn't called it in yet. Okay, you made that mistake somehow. And okay, uh, the lady didn't tell me anything that was wrong, probably. It probably was, there probably additionally was a high cost hold on it. But when she said, okay, I'll have the pharmacist fill the prescription, that I inferred from that that they had the drug and it was going to be filled. So, um, so I mean, I don't know, but the problem basically is not any of those things. It's the fact that when I tried to point that out, he tried to deflect, dissemble, and ultimately blame me for the prescription not being there because I had just been content to talk to the lady rather than insisting on talking to him when I had called on Tuesday. And then when I asked him if he can acknowledge he made a mistake, he couldn't, didn't, wouldn't. So that's a problem because I don't like that. And um, and obviously I still don't have my prescription, so I'm going to have to deal with him again today and then probably on Monday. And, you know, I want to, hold his feet to the fire and hold him accountable, but I suspect I'll end up mostly letting him off the hook because Rachel and I are planning on switching pharmacies. I have decided, because I'm actualizing some, that I don't need to pull in Michael Smith and get that guy. I am annoyed, understandably, that my prescription is going to be probably a week and a half late. If I'm lucky and they do have a delivery today and it does come today, then I might be able to get it today. But probably not. So I'm understandably frustrated, annoyed at it being a week and a half late, and I'm understandably angry at his dishonesty about the whole thing. But I'm not in the period of my life anymore where I need to be directing my energy towards attaining justice at the pharmacy. I should have left all of my CVS problems behind when I left Arcadia and went to Mariposa. Instead, I was a fool, a terrible fool, and I said, I'll go to the CVS up there for some reason. And I chose the CVS in Madera County as my pharmacy. But next month, I'm going to tell my doctor, can you please change my pharmacy to Mia? Um, and instead of trying to get him, take him down a notch, make him acknowledge his mistake, etc. I don't have time for that anymore. It's not worth it. First of all, yeah, he already suggested it, but it doesn't work like that. I have to go back to my doctor and have him send it to a different pharmacy because it's a controlled substance. He very much wants me to go to a different pharmacy. But I'm going to be stubborn about it this month. I'm going to get my pills from that pharmacy this month. And then I will inform him that next month I'll have them send it to a different pharmacy. You won't have to deal with me again. So you're welcome, because the old me would have come back here every month and given you a hard time about your nonsense. You can't do that, Winston's mom. It's a controlled substance. I have to call it in every month. There's no automatic refills. I can only get 1 month supply at a time unless I'm going out of the country. Um, and and I can only pick up the next month 48 hours before the last month's up. A lot of rules about it. No, I don't get withdrawal symptoms. It depends on what schedule it is. Speed is like the most restrictive schedule. I think I might be able to do something like that with Vyvanse. It's possible because it's it's purposefully designed to be abuse proof, more or less. So that one maybe, but Adderall, they're quite strict about it. No, I don't suffer from withdrawal symptoms when I come off of speed. What I do suffer from is sleepiness. Yeah, Addies are amphetamines too. But it's Addies are much harder on your system. No, I mean I think Winston's mom, the slabs are telling me pretty clearly. Why did you bring CVS with you? You forgot so much shit. You lost so much shit. You had all these things packed up, and like you seem to have lost most of them somehow. And then lots of things you maybe should have packed up that you didn't, and it just got taken away. But somehow you decided to bring CVS with you. Of all the things to decide to bring with you, you brought constantly very shitty. And it was simply because, for some reason, I thought, in my stupid way, that, well, it'll be easier if I go to another CVS because they already have my information. Yeah, you can still buy 100 proof alcohol at CVS. No, you can't buy cigarettes there, but I mean, I don't even want to write a complaint, you know? It's, this guy is working as a pharmacist at CVS. He's dealing with probably difficult customers fairly frequently, especially if he makes mistakes like that frequently. Um, he's wrong, and it was wrong of him to be dishonest and mischaracterize things as somehow being my fault, or I should have done something differently or whatever. But you know, the highest virtue is forgiveness. Regardless, I I don't I don't need to care so much, you know. Don't drink isopropyl alcohol. No, 100 proof. They have 100 proof vodka. They even have 151, you know, which is 151 proof. So, yeah, that's regular drinking alcohol. Everclear is even a higher proof than that. Everclear is like, yeah, like 180 or something. That's just dangerous. Well, I mean, sure, I could try to wield the facts like a club, but my point is, uh, yeah, 100 proof's not that big of a deal. I used to drink 100 proof Smirnoffs all the time. Little airplane bottles of 100 proof Smirnoffs. Um, anyway, uh, well, I mean, they're the blue Smirnoff bottles, little blue airplane Smirnoff bottles. Or you can get a half pint or a pint. But, you know, that's just for drunks, right? It's for people who want to get the most alcohol for their dollar without being super gross and getting like Ralph's brand gin or something. Uh, anyway, what were they talking about before we got start talking about alcohol? Speaking of which, I probably am gonna. I cooked with it like I planned to, but Nah, I guess I'll put it in the liquor cabinet. There's a bottle of Maker's Mark that's over there above the sink from the wedding. And there are these bottles of wine that are open that I've been trying to cook with as much as possible. Yeah, 151. That's what I was talking about. Sometimes just referred to as 151. I mean, basically, it's two shots of liquor in one. So, you know, generally not a good idea. It if you're if you're drinking like if you're gonna drink, your goal should be to drink slowly, not instantly get hammered. Yeah, that's right, Boba Fett. Proof is twice the percentage. So 200 proof is 100% alcohol. 100 proof is 50%. And I guess usually hard alcohol is 80 proof. Is that right? I gotta maybe have to poo some more. Pretty exciting stuff. And you know, the whole idea of proof is it links to gunpowder somehow. Like if you mix the liquor with gunpowder and light it on fire, there's some test that they do with that. They used to do that like back in the pirate days, that proved the strength of a given barrel of rum or whatever. That's where it comes from, but I'm sure they don't measure proof that way anymore. See some scientists in the lab coats with this big barrel of pirate rum and some gunpowder. Oh, yeah. That was a major step in completing the poop evacuation action plan, which involves many complicated steps, such as going poop, wiping my butt, going poop again, wiping my butt again, eat, sleeping, raving, and repeating, then pooping some more. It's it's not an easy or simple task, but it's one that I'm capable of completing. We've got to evacuate all the poops before the typhoon hits. Otherwise, there will be casualties. That's a good example of a conjunctive adverb sentence. We've got to evacuate all of the poops, semicolon. Otherwise, comma, there will be casualties. Otherwise is the conjunctive adverb in that sentence. Welcome to Grammar Time with Eric. Here on Grammar Time, we love learning. You know why? Well, because we're lifelong learners. And lifelong learners love to learn about learning to love and about lifelong living, plus loving to live a lifelong learning. All of those things and more are made possible by the Pew Foundation and viewers like you. Oh, hello there. I'm sorry I didn't see you waiting. My name's Eric. How can I help you? Oh, you'd like to pick up your prescription? Well, are you sure your doctor called it in? Well, yeah, you better check. I don't think he probably didn't call it in. You know, I think it's fair at this point to call that pharmacist a scallywag. I'm not going to feel bad about calling him a scallywag. Because he displays textbook scallywag-esque behaviors and qualities. Primarily, trying to fool Eric. Don't try to fool me. You don't need to fool me. I'm not by nature vindictive or something like that. If you make a mistake and you just say, "I'm sorry, I fucked up," you know, I'll be like, "No problem. I fuck up all the time too." But when instead you try to fool Eric, no, they didn't give me any. It doesn't work like that either. If they give me a partial, then I got to call in my doctor again right away when the partial runs out for me to get it refilled the rest of the way. They're really strict about it. So, besides, my biggest problem is not that I don't have my prescription. That's not really a big deal. It's probably a good time for me to have a little break here. The problem is the dishonesty, right? Like, and I'm trying to spin shit so that it's not what it is. I don't like that. It makes me be like, are you trying to push the you're trying to push that button? Because history has shown us well that things don't go well for anybody really when you push that button. Lying to Eric, being dishonest to Eric, trying to fool Eric, it never ends well. It doesn't usually end well for me. It definitely doesn't end well for them. And there's no reason to do it either. That's the most important thing. There's no reason to lie to me because I am understanding to a fault. Like, I'll let you get away with murder practically as long as you, by what you say and my intuition about your sincerity, I honestly believe that you regret what you've done and have learned from it. You can get away with practically anything, you know? But if instead you try to misrepresent the facts or refuse to agree what the facts are or just refuse to address what I'm saying, are non-responsive to me, and don't want to hear my words, understand them, and respond like a civil, decent human being would, then you're really pushing on my anger button. I don't need a lot from the world. I need it to be able to hear what I'm saying, know what the words mean, and respond accordingly. Is that so difficult? Yes. For a lot of people, it is, apparently. Like, why can't this guy acknowledge he's made a mistake? I hypothesized to Rachel last night that it's because potentially in childhood or something, if he admitted he was wrong, people used it against him rather than it having its correct effect, which is to mollify, that forgiveness should be easy when children repent and are sorry. It should be very easy because, they're displaying that they're experiencing the natural consequences of some actual bad behavior. But if instead their good behavior of being fair and honest and acknowledging when they did something wrong and apologizing or whatever gets used against them, then they may have learned early on that they can never acknowledge being wrong. And that kind of breaks them as human beings, I think. But it also means I should try to be a little bit more compassionate about their incredibly annoying failure. Did you have a big natural prostate? I didn't used to have a big natural prostate. I think I do now. Big Natural, Big Natural's prostate magazine is not one that I've purchased before, but I'll keep it in mind as an option. I wonder if those magazines still exist. Big Naturals magazine and Amazon's. Those were two magazines I had back when I was like 18 or 19 or something. Back in the day when pornography came in magazine form. And it wasn't like hardcore pornography either. It was just boobs. May have been some vagina in there as well, but it was just pictures of naked ladies. Amazon's Prime. That's worth a wonder point, Ruben. That is worth a wonder point. You just earned one, and believe me, that's a well-earned wonder point. You're really being cheated a point, probably, but I'm feeling stingy this morning. Feeling stingy with others. I gave myself a wonder point earlier for going pee. Give us some C.S. Joseph stuff? You want me to talk about C.S. Joseph? Well, I don't really watch much of his content. Let's be honest, I don't really watch any of his content, but I have watched bits of it before, and and from what I understand, he's taking a Civil War surgery approach to typing. Namely, the job is to saw off the leg as quickly as possible. But, well, efficiency as a general rule may be a good idea. Um, in some things, such as diagnosing a patient or assessing a person's personality type or sex, faster is not necessarily better, right? And in fact, there are certain things that if you're going to do them right, they take some time, you know, and actual engagement with a person that is judgment withholding for a stretch of time. If you're just using your intuition to intuit that this person's a meow type, or referring to some singular or two points of fact, like you spoke assertively in that sentence, or um, you've got a certain physical appearance that looks like meow, and you think you can tell somebody their personality type from those couple of little things just based on your intuition, well, then you do not have a good idea of what you're doing typologically because it's people are more complicated than that, They're not infinitely complicated. It's not the case that every person is unique and that there's no way to meaningfully break people into groups. There is. There's a way to meaningfully break them into 16 distinct groups. It's called typology, but it's when done even when done half-assedly, it's done like I do it. If done rigorously, it would be even more involved than how I do it. C.S. Joseph is so far away from rigorous that he's not even within shouting distance of the letter R. How to avoid raising SI users as weak? What does he think SI is? He has no idea what it is, right? If you ask me what is SI, I'd tell you it's a way of paying attention, in particular, it's a way of knowing that knows from your personal experience, and the verb mechanism of it would be remembering things you've learned. It also has a physical component. Let's say when your body hurts, you feel a certain part of your body ache or whatever. You know that without any kind of language or anything. It works in terms of like muscle memory. After you play the guitar for a while, you don't have to think about which chord you're going to play. Your fingers just know, etc. I'd be able to tell you specifically what SI is, that it's a way of knowing things linked to one's personal experience, muscle memory, and body, right? If you ask C.S. Joseph what SI is, he'll give you answers, I'm sure, responses, but they won't answer that question the way that my answer does. They'll be completely non-operationalized answers that nobody can use for anything. Like maybe values that are correct or incorrect, who knows? He may have misidentified certain things as SI that really aren't. And it's like, I don't watch enough of his content to critique it that directly, but it's clear he doesn't know what he's doing in terms of of how to handle abstract analysis, objects of analysis, processes, process analyses being different than analyses of things that are static, etc. Like he doesn't understand any of that stuff at all. He doesn't know how to make a case for anything. He doesn't respect the fact that you need to justify your conclusions with sound arguments that that provide reasons that other people should believe what you're saying besides your own expertise as a claim. But he doesn't care at all. He's got his thing going on, presumably making decent money at it. Unlike me, I'm not making anything. And to him, it's irrelevant whether he's actually an EHP. He's identified as such, and will continue to do so. He's gone all in on that. To him, that truth is just instrumental anyway, right? It's just something you use to accomplish your goal. So let me guess. C.S. Joseph's an ENTP who's figured out how not to suffer from ENTP deficits with his TE. Classic. I mean, I do ask that question fairly often. You'll have to put the title of it. Yeah, there you go. That's an NI example? A practice routine? Practice routine is not an NI example. It's inherently an SI thing. Probably SITE to have a practice routine. I have to change what I'm logged in as. Hold on. Yeah. Practice routine smells strongly of SITE. Okay, Boba Fett, there you go. Don't go banning nobody, alright? You're a little bit of a ban happy bans a lot. But do you get what I'm saying, Boba Fett? That a practice routine is definitely SITE. I think host Eric would get up on this one. CS Psychic and INHP. And INHP doesn't play video games? Ugh. I've got a station in the morning that I make coffee, and I put the coffee there. And then I've got my looper and a bunch of Helix stuff. And then there's watch online 10-hour train rides to the North Pole, so it's just a cab view going through. And I just drink coffee and I make loops. I mean, this sounds very much like the sort of thing I would do, you know? That's very normal in E. So, I don't know who it is, but I'm just saying, I don't think that that practice routine, I think that's fairly standard operating procedure. I don't know about Rick Vito's type. I maybe have watched one or two of his videos, but I don't even remember who he's like or what he's like at all. So, I don't know. But I think what that guy's describing as a way of building like a multi-track jam out is kind of standard operating procedure for lots of musicians. It's just an easy way to lay down something and play something over it and then play something over that, and you know, that's more or less. I have a looper on my bass thingy, but I don't know how to use it yet. Instead of using a looper, I do the same process basically, but uh, do it in a multi-tracker. I just um, lay down drums and makes them either access existing drums that I have. So I've got shit tons of saved beats that I am maybe potentially satisfied with or not, or maybe like or whatever. And then maybe I'll play some bass over that, and then I'll find a loop from that, loop that, maybe play some guitar over that. But you know what? The reality is, it's my standards are so high, it's very difficult for me to make a loop that I think is cool enough. But then also, sometimes I worry, and I know this is a reality that's a problem, which is, like most things sound cool when you've got meh on top of meh, right? And then it sounds like totally different than listening to either of them independently. So it's hard to know, like, whether a given bass loop is worth looping and playing over in full until you play something over and see how it sounds together, right? Two things together can make a really cool loop where neither of them independently is that cool. You found the correct position for the chords. Is you talking about that D minor that I couldn't find the spot for it? Pretty good song, huh? It's kind of hard to execute at speed. I guess you gotta practice it. Had a very vivid dream about Rachel last night that also included a kitty. Rachel suddenly stood up and said something important. I can't remember what she said now. She said, "Get up! It's Christmas Day." That's my guess. The D minor is the highest chord. Yeah, I know. Most of the chords are up there. I found them, but I couldn't find the D minor. Um, he's learning how to play a Johnny song called Strawberry Chainsaw, which is very worth learning how to play. because it's an amazing song, an amazing track. You know, it's like we've been listening to this shit a lot, and there are so many amazing tracks. It's hard to know where to begin. You know, obviously, uh, what's that song called? Like, Wide Eyed? Yeah, Wide Eyed. Um, that was the first one that was just like, oh my god, this song's amazing. Okay, 12 and 14 times 1, 3. On the 1, 2, 1, 4, 1, 3. On the D, G, B, E strings, respectively. Right, no, I know it's on the top 4 strings. Okay. Three, 5, 7, 9, 12. I don't get that. Is it 1, 2, 1, 4 on the 13th fret? Like this? Go. Tell me what fret is first. 12th fret. 14th fret muted. 13th fret. Like that? D string 12th fret. I'm on the D string 12th fret right here. G string 14th fret. B string muted. Oh, what a pain in the ass. Oh, I see, like this. How the fuck are you gonna play that? Like that? That sounds right. That's a tough chord to play. I'll have to practice that one. I'm not used to muting one of the strings in the middle like that. I guess that's something I should practice, huh? I mean, I guess I do that on some chords, but I usually just don't play that string, you know? Like if I wanted to play this chord, I just play it like that and not play that string. But this chord, I can just play it like that. This is a D minor. If you see minor, your hat, can you bring them over for me? Can you bring them over, please? I've been looking for my hat for oh so long. I know you tell me that that is wrong, but if I find my hat, then that will be that, and at last I can live free and easy from my hat-based anxieties. Yeah, that's a pretty important message in that song there. Can anybody help me find my hat? What I'm actually looking for is my glasses. I do not know how I managed to lose them. Yeah, where do they go? Yeah, where do they go? Those glasses of mine, thought I brought them with me on a line of twine. Where do they go? They help me see. And if I want to visit something like a Museum G, on some capacity to view the things I see, and that would be good of me. So here I go. I'm gonna use my left eye to see things on the left, and to use my white eye to see things on the right. I'm gonna use my bad eye to see things that are bad. I'm gonna use my good eye. And that's why, Chad, you should listen to me. Me. Another song from Eric. How many songs is that now, Eric? So many. So many songs lost to the ether of time, disappeared like yesterday's dew. The dews of yesterday are the rains of tomorrow. As water cycles through the air. And if you want to see a dew-covered tree, then maybe you and me wouldn't die, die, die. Well, another song. There you go. How many songs should I write today? So many. That's the problem with songwriting. There's no benefit to quantity. Quantity of songs does you no good. Like, I feel sad 'cause I write so many songs, but all of them are bad, and that makes me so wrong, and wonder whether I could achieve success, not by writing a bunch of bad songs, things no one would sing along with. So instead you just have to fail. Take this song right here, for example. It's not a good song. It makes me want to vomit all along the sidewalk. Oh my God, would you stop? Yet you continue on ignoring me, even as I suffer through this Jesus weed. That's a pretty funny song. I do like that song. I think it's pretty funny. I have to remember how to play that song. One of my actually better songs is a song I can never remember how to play because it's kind of complicated, but it's called Second Night. And I do have a video up that is designed to teach me to play it when I forget how to play it. So Ruben's notion of putting up a video showing me how to play that. If you put that video up and put a link someplace, I will definitely watch it and copy you. Because I would like to learn how to play it well. I guess I should say correctly instead of wrong. I'm constantly playing everything wrong. I've been playing things wrong for far too long. Last time I learned the guitar, I can't seem to strum a pick more than 3 seconds. Then I will surely fuck up. Sometimes I play the wrong chord, like E flat doesn't really work war, and B there isn't really in place, but A minor again gives me a taste of where I was before. I don't use a whole lot of G minor. If I do, then it's a fine. I suppose it goes with C, but G minor is better G, and G minor is a key I don't play very often. I don't really think of things in terms of keys, though, anyway. I'll try to have a root that it comes back to, but I don't know really like what chords go in what keys, you know? In certain keys, it's like, it's this major, this minor, this minor, this major, this whatever. But I don't know that, so I just have to kind of fuck around aimlessly with the patented Eric play random things style. How's that go? Where can I put it? Hmm. Guitar is an interesting instrument. It's like it's not laid out like a piano, so it's not very intuitively structured, right? If it were like you go like the, this is okay, so this is the scale, right? E, F sharp, A flat. So it's not very intuitive that the next note is there, right? With the black and the white keys and everything, a piano is laid out to make it super intuitive regarding what note comes next. It's impossible not to know what note comes next on a piano because they're laid out in front of you like this, right? On a guitar, you have to and then of course there's one string that doesn't follow the same pattern. So this string, even though this is between here and here, E and A is a fourth, major fourth. A and D is a major fourth. D and G is a major fourth. B is not a major fourth. It's a major third. And then between B and E is a fourth again. So because of that, it doesn't follow any intuitive pattern at all, right? You have to just, I mean, you just learn to play it by feel and ear and fucking around is how I learned to play, you know. But this guitar is such a joy to play compared to my acoustic guitar. It's unbelievable. Same with the bass. It's just uh, it's a blessing, you know. I've been so dumb just playing for years on this horribly difficult to play guitar. That'd be probably a pretty good bass line to try to play, you know, something like that. Bass lines are weird because I can come up with lots of them that could potentially work for things, right? But I'm not quite sure how I should direct my energy in terms of working on music right now. Like, I don't know if I should try to make tracks. Maybe that's, I should try to not be super ambitious at first, as I'm re-entering making music, and just try to make some built up tracks as per that guy's looper thing. Or should I try to write songs and record them? It's hard to write songs. It's easy to make up songs. It's hard to write them. You know, it's a weird reality that I deal with. I gotta cut this nail right here. When this part of my thumb nail on my right hand gets a little bit too long, it starts catching on the strings. That's what's happening right now. And that means I need to cut this thumbnail. It's been happening, I've been ignoring it, thinking, it's not that bad yet. Well, it's time to cut this thumbnail. Not only is that a good way to be frustrated while playing the guitar, it's also a good way to break a guitar string if you do it too badly. Where's like actual nail clippers? I think there are some in here somewhere. There's a lighter, that's good. Listen, meow, meow, meow. Can you help me find my clippers? Meow, meow, meow. I will promise not to tell. Whoa, whoa, nail clippers. Meow, meow, meow. How I wish I had some now. Meow, meow, meow. So I could clip my nails. Then I clip my nails. Woo. Oh, here's some glasses. Alright, I found some glasses. I didn't find my nail clippers, but I did find some glasses. And that's what I call progress. That's what I call some serious Progresso soup. If you enjoy eating Progresso soup, then you'll love progress. So, I will try to use this and get this bad boy off. That should help some. Let's see if I can get it a little bit more. See if I can get this a little better with the old skiddly da do, as they call it, I believe, in the Swiss Army. That's still gonna catch. I found them as I was looking for the nail clippers. Meow. The Swiss Army, they obviously spend a lot of time doing things other than fighting. They were too busy using tweezers, toothpicks, corkscrews, fish scalers, um, can openers, bottle openers, little magnifying glasses, little tiny scissors, little tweezers. Those are the ones that get lost. The little pull-out tweezers. Nice to have maybe, but you know you're gonna lose those. I mean, that's most of what the Swiss Army did was they continually checked everybody's knife to make sure they hadn't lost the tweezers or the toothpick. And if you wanted to get court-martialed, well, you lose them both and you're guaranteed to be dishonorably discharged. You like how the Swiss run their place? Well, the Swiss made it through to the knockout round of the Women's World Cup, so good for them. And they are a very boring team. They play stout defense. They're kind of slow. They periodically make forays on offense, but very safely. You know, the team in the tournament most likely to end a game 0-0. So if you like 0-0 ties, you'll love watching the Swiss. Personally, if I were a betting man, my money would be on Japan. I might have an insurance bet on England. Smaller insurance bet on England. I wonder if you can bet World Cup octofinalists like horses. I bet the box exacta Japan England. Karambits. Karambits? What are karambits? Kukri. What's a kukri? Is that a kind of knife? Let me look it up. I'm going to look up these things. Kukri. Oops. And look up kukri. Ssuartscire. Yeah. Search Google for kukri. It's a melee weapon. It's a kind of curved scimitar knife. You call half knife, half scimitar. Yeah. Let me look now at the other one, karambits. Oops. Karambits sound like some kind of small mammal. It's like half rabbit, half koala bear. Why are karambits so expensive is one of the questions it suggests. Let's see what it says. Here are some reasons why karambits are expensive. Rarity. The case-hardened pattern is rare, with an estimated drop chance of 0.26%. Karambit is considered the best knife for almost every pattern. Karambit has an expensive skin design called marble fade. The karambit is in factory new condition is the most expensive Counter-Strike skin, selling for US $1.5 million for a knife. $1.5 million for a knife? The current owner of the most expensive karambit, a 387 pattern blue gem karambit in factory new condition, turned down an offer of $1.5 million for it. What in the world? It doesn't seem like a very good knife design, like that curved knife. It seems like it's gonna somewhat limit its utility in certain areas, but maybe not. The original purpose of karambits was as a tool for agriculture used for cutting roots, gathering grains, and planting rice. Okay, so it's important to note. Alright, so here's the article. Why the most expensive CSGO knife costs more than $1.5 million. The most expensive knife skin in Counter-Strike Global Offensive is worth almost as much as a sports car, but why? This is a digital one? Is this a virtual thing? The most expensive knife skin in Counter-Strike Global Offensive is worth $1.5 million? A factory new karambit case hardened with a perfect blue gem pattern is currently the most expensive knife skin in all of CSGO, valued at least $1.5 million. The skin is currently owned by a Chinese collector. The particular combination of skin, pattern, and wear value is a perfect storm of rarity. The skin itself is a karambit case hardened with pattern number 387 and a float value of 0.048. The approximate value of the skin is determined by an offer made for it in late 2021. A private collector used a middleman to offer 1.2 million euros worth of Bitcoin, but it was turned down by the owner, saying 1.2 is low. It's important to note that The owner, who goes by the name of Noob Rage, has held onto the knife for at least 1 year. If the knife ever does sell, it may go for an even higher price. The first thing to note is the knife is a karambit. Karambits are generally considered the best knives for almost every pattern, though some exceptions exist. The case hardening pattern is also rare, but those two traits are just the start. The biggest factor for the 1.5 million price tag is the pattern. The visible side of the knife is entirely blue, which makes it a certified blue gem. There are around 13 different karambit blue gem patterns, but 387 is the absolute best with no visible gold at all. The entire play side, which is usually visible to the player, is ocean blue with only a few dark spots. You've got to be kidding me. A knife skin in a game is worth 1.5 million actual dollars? You've got to be kidding me. A $17,000 knife? I mean, how in the world, like, a digital knife in a game is worth $1.5 million? Why would anybody want it that badly? Yeah, I sell it right now for sure. Um, Let me search these things. Karambit minus CSGO. I said minus CSGO. Oh, I didn't put the minus in the right place. Hmm. Top 5 karambit knives that won't break the bank. It's a YouTube video. Let's see what he says. And let's put the closed captions. I'm watching this video at Karate Mart. That's the YouTube channel. Last week I showed you guys 5 of our newest weapons we just added at KarateMart.com website, and then I asked you to go to the community tab and vote for which one you like best. The Dark Combat Machete, huh? So first he says, off camera I beat the heck out of this machete, and let me tell you, it's in perfect condition. Then they showed him on camera using the machete on things. So he wasn't off camera when he did that, obviously. Top 5 affordable karambit knives that you too can purchase at our website. Number 5. This is the Stealth Karambit Neck Knife. I showed this knife off in one of our previous videos, and it was one of our hidden weapon videos. And what I'm really liking about this, what a ridiculous nonsense. It's all about like being tough and having weapons on you so that you can presumably protect yourself in a fight or something. I have no idea what people would want to buy all these like tactical knives for. Are they planning on going into combat? What I love about the thermoplastic sheaths and the Kydex sheaths is that they're not going to fall out easily at all. You have to yank on it quite a bit to get them to come out even. And that includes a breakaway chain. The nice thing about that is if someone comes up behind you and actually grabs the chain and tries to choke you with it, it's just going to break off. Now, some people refer to changing it out for a paracord, but I personally find with the breakaway chain. And the other thing that's nice about this sheath too is if you take a look at it, you can see that it's got these little holes on it. And what's nice about that is if you're not into neck knives, you can actually just take this chain and we can just strap it to our boot and turn it into a boot knife. Wow, that's amazing. That makes me want to walk around with like multiple knives at all times. I need a boot knife. I need a knife for the waist of my pants. I need 2 shirt knives. I need a necklace knife, butt crack knife, and you know, if I'm wearing a hat, I should have a couple of hat knives in there. Because look, you never know when you're in a fight and somebody's going to steal like the first 3 or 4 of your knives. It feels good in the digital hands. I mean, this is a great knife. I like this knife a lot. What you're going to want to do is, you know, and it comes with this little thing at the end. So, you know, you can just put some paracord around that, strap a chain on that. All of a sudden, you got a neck knife. It's easily concealed. Just right down the shirt, right like this. And bam, nobody even knows you got it. If it's got a breakaway chain, somebody pulls it up, the chain breaks. You simply catch the knife with a flick of your thumb, pull it out, backward stab, you know, mugging averted. Mugging averted. That's basically what that channel is all about. It's like, look, at any moment, you may need 5, 6, even a dozen tactical knives immediately on hand. Why would I need so many tactical knives? Well, questions like that. I've got a knife specifically for questions like that. Do you? What kind of knife is it? Butter knife. Well, I think sometimes oh, ladies are like, oh, a butt knife. Thing is, sometimes the bad guys have a plan. I think a lot of times the bad guys are opportunistic. So, you know, there are some crimes that have been planned, and there are others that are just opportunistic. If somebody says, ooh, that looks easy to steal, maybe I should steal it. If I were there advising them, I'd say, no, you shouldn't. But I'm usually not there. Like 99.999% of the time, I'm not there. And, nobody's ever come up to me before and asked me, hey, Eric, do you think I should steal this? And if they did, then I would say, no, I think you should not steal that. This is the maker's mark I was talking about. It needs to go in the liquor cabinet. It's just I just don't like looking at it all the time. I did pour some into the last pot roast. I can do that again, but you need to go to the liquor cabinet. So let's take you to the liquor cabinet. Maker's mark. More like drunk maker's mark. You claim to be all fancy with your wax and everything, but really, you just get people drunk. That's all you do. I've got the liquor cabinet I dreamed of having when I was a drunk. When I was drinking, of course, I could not sustain any liquor cabinet because I drank it all. Now I've got liquor cabinet to die for, and I don't drink any of it at all. Life can be funny like that sometimes. Oh, the irony. As, irony aficionados might say. Do you love irony? If so, Dumble amps. Well, you don't gotta be a fancy amp. Sound good. I'm really thrilled with the sound of that carbon cabinet and head, and they're not like a particularly fancy name or anything. Sounds fantastic. Might be the bass helps too, but it's like somehow I didn't realize what a huge difference it makes whether you've got decent gear or not. Am I ignoring? I'm not sure. It's a lot easier and more fun to make and play music when you've got gear that sounds good. Currently, at any moment, I can put a beat on the good speakers, the speaker bar thing, the TV, and I have this nice, like, as loud as I need it to be, thumping sounding drums to play bass over through the cabinet, and I mean, it's fun, it sounds great, it's like, and the bass is so easy to play. It's I kind of haven't really gotten used to the idea yet that I probably want to be playing music more than I am, because playing music is a lot more fun now, a lot more comfortable. But I'm also in kind of a weird aesthetic place where I'll be right back. I don't have a lighter, of course. You might well call me the man who couldn't smoke, because I I can't seem to come outside with more than 2 steps without before I can smoke a cigarette. Anyway, I'm in kind of a weird place aesthetically right now, which is I feel like I understand most clearly as I ever have what kind of thing I'm aspiring to create and how difficult it is to make anything that meets that standard. Um, but I also know that it's kind of a daunting prospect. Like I'm not sure. I don't have a lot of confidence necessarily that I can do it. Um, I'm not feeling especially creatively inspired musically right now, although I'm enjoying playing music. Like, if I'm not going to produce something that's absolutely spectacular, then it's just failure, you know? But, like, there was an innocence I used to have about the whole process. It was kind of like gambling. Well, maybe this time it'll come out spectacular. There's still that basic underlying belief that it's possible, but there's also there's also an increased understanding that I have to be more mindful going into the process and make some decisions um, that can help make it less unpredictable as to whether or not I can pull something off. Whether it's give me some more clarity about how to get where I'm trying to go. You know. So it's challenging. It's challenging because to make music that meets my own standards as a music consumer, a tiny fraction of people in the world producing music can successfully pull that off. And I'm not sure I'm one of them. It's with increasing objectivity, SI under NE gets increasingly objective over time because you're intuitive and the meanings ultimately rise to the surface. It takes you a while to understand them or learn them. I've experienced making music in all sorts of different ways, like starting with drums, starting with a song, starting with chords. I don't know if I've ever really started with lyrics before successfully, but I've attempted it before. Um, multi-tracking, recording live performances. I've tried lots and lots of different things. And that bunch of experience making music has made me like reach a point where I'm surprised I haven't figured out how to do this yet. Like at some point I should have kind of like with guitar for example. When I initially picked it up, I play with a pick sometimes, I play with my fingers sometimes, and gradually I settled into playing with my fingers, and then I only play with my fingers. Um, but tracking music, recording music is not doesn't work like that really. It's like I should have by this point fallen into the optimal way to my optimal creative process, but I haven't at all. Not sure what it is. Have practiced a set of processes, none of which are derived from NI's correctness first, but rather try to arrive at it happenstance fashion and then and then repeat until you complete the thing, right? I've had some songs that I think are quite successful pieces of songwriting, but I want that's not enough even. Like it's like you need to make a slamming track. Otherwise, you're just doing the song a disservice, you know? And I'm not sure if any of my songs even are quite all the way there, even my best songs. Probably my best recorded track for in terms of complete picture of recording and song and overall experience and links and everything like that might be Destruction of the Whole Damn World. That's surprisingly well produced for when I made it, and you can hear everything really well. It's the vocals are recorded or sung well and recorded well, and that's kind of tricky. Vocals are hard to do, and everything's mixed really well. It's a short song; it keeps your attention the whole time. It's probably my best recorded track overall, or most likely to appeal. I had a pro pickup, $70 cheapo guitar on I guess, and he ripped us all a new one. Well, I mean, INFJs can also be into gear. Corey's kind of into gear. Um, because they got SE fourth slot, SI eighth. Their SI is like autopilot. So they've got kind of an odd relationship with objects. Have you found that video of me speaking as a young lad? Do I sound basically like the same guy? Yeah. You know, I'm rather proud of the arguments I made at 17. Those were the correct arguments to make. Um, I was correct about that anyway, even way back then. And good for me. A lot of young people are filled with dumb ideas that they end up regret saying later on. I don't regret anything I said in that video. I mean, it's pretty good evidence that a person's personality remains the same their whole life, right? That's the best definition for personalities. Those aspects of the self remain the same for their whole life. And that's pretty good evidence that I was T.I. Tool then and I'm T.I. Tool now, you know? Well, in a few hours, of course, I'm gonna need to call CVS, find out if the drug got delivered today. And having talked it out here and thought about it yesterday afterwards and this morning too and everything, I'm not even going to cause any trouble. I'm just gonna get my prescription whenever I can and just change pharmacies for next month. Because why am I suffering through this, you know? I mean, I can usually tell if somebody's an ESP. Like if I see one on TV or something, but I'm never entirely sure they're not ENFP until I hear them for a while. It's not like I don't think any of the ENFPs online are ENFPs. I think Jack is. So, you know, it's just the reality is ENFPs seem to be quite rare. And so the vast majority of people who call themselves ENFPs are not. It's unfortunate because obviously it creates a lot of conflict that you got all these people claiming to be types they're not and not wanting to hear the truth about it. Guitar. Why do you exist? What are you for? Will we ever learn? Nobody knows. All these things and more. When I was younger, it seemed that everything gleamed. I don't know what happened to me, but I've lost that sense of urgency, and I don't think that I'll ever see it again. If you follow my lead, you'll discover I'm loster than you. And you'll wanna know the way to get back out to wherever it was you thought you knew. And tomorrow would be just like today. I'll be lost then too. It's a matter of mood as much as a matter of will. And the things I do and the direction I point to still seem a part of me, though departedly. And I wonder if I'll ever see them again. Bum-ba-dee-da, ba-dee-da-dee-da, bum-ba-dee-da-da-da-doo. Bum-ba-dee-da, ba-dee-da-da-da, ba-ba-dee-da-da-da-da. It might be, Boba Fett. It might be. Hmm. Yeah, this is an instrument that you play when you are horrible at everything. I'm horrible at everything. I cannot play, I cannot sing anything that I listen to myself. Is it because I deeply suck? Or is it because I'm not enough talented to achieve at the level I want to? It's hard to say, but what can you do? Once I believed the future for me would involve successfully having made music I actually like. To hear enough guitar for me. Well, you know what they say. A day without speed is like a day without sunshine. Namely, overcast. It's overcast. My soul is like this song. It's a cloudy day in Los Angeles. It's a very cloudy day in Los Angeles. And today we've run out of time. Struggles past, troubles still to come. The day is nearly done. Will someone buy us some more time? Cloudy day in Los Angeles. Cloudy day in LA. I'm no sort of evangelist, but I've got something to say. Life can strangely be forgiving. Oh, awake all night, and mostly voices say to give in. They'll try to sap your will to fight. But whether I'm supposed to be here, just be soon forgotten. Noise is sort of best out here, and also onward I avoid. It's a very cloudy day in Los Angeles. And today we run out of time. Struggles past, troubles still to come. The day is nearly done. Will someone buy us some more time? Cloudy day in Los Angeles. Cloudy day in LA. I'm no sort of evangelist, but I've got something to say. Something to say. I don't have very many songs memorized, but the ones I do, the ones I'm more likely to play, they don't require opening any document or anything. Put it on the guitar this time. El Nino, my ass. You call those storms? Where is the rain? Those drizzles don't count, I drizzle more when I pee in the sink, which is just the right height to catch all of the undesired splatter. And when I'm done, I'll go outside and climb a ladder. I will go out there and take me a bucket and pour water inside. And I'll say, hey, Mr. Cloud, drop it from the bottom. Hey, Mr. Cloud, won't you drop it from the bottom? Hey, Mr. Cloud, drop it from the bottom on me. Pretty good song. Pretty good, not bad. I'll play a cover if I can remember it. Yeah, I think I remember it. Some might call me a rambling man, 'cause I do a lot of thumbing and a kicking cans, but it won't do an answer good to call me names. You might call me a time fella. Fuck that. You might call me a rambling man, 'cause I do a lot of thumbing and a kicking cans, but it won't do an answer good to call me names. How's it go? All right. I remember. You might call me a good time fella, 'cause I ain't no. Wait, no. Fucking Eric, start at the right part. Why am I having so much trouble with that? You might call me a rambling man, 'cause I do a lot of thumbing and a kicking cans, but it won't do an answer good to call me names. My daddy was a well-led woodrow. I wasn't born and raised in no ghetto, just a white boy looking for a place to do my thing. I'm gonna find me a wealthy woman in a line of work that don't take no diploma, 'cause I ain't got much to lose but lost the game. You might call me a good time fella, but I ain't no black and I ain't no yellow, just a white boy looking for a place to do my thing. Yeah, I don't want no handout living, don't want. I don't want, living, don't want any part of anything they giving. I'm proud and white and got a something to sing. Well, I said a few things and I'll admit it. If you want to get ahead, you gotta hump and get it. Just a white boy looking for a place to do my thing. Gonna sound boy, been around a little, and I like guitar and I like the fiddle, 'cause that's the sort of focus in my thing. Blue-eyed Billy, feared and ready, I got to work just to be somebody. I'm a white boy looking for a place to do my thing. You might call me, I ain't don't want any part of anything they give, and I'm proud and white and got a song to sing. Don't want any handout living, don't want any part of anything they give, and I'm proud and white and got a song to sing. Well, I said a few things and I'll admit it. If you want to get it home, you're home and get it. Just a white boy looking for a place to do my thing. Well, I said a few things and I'll admit it. If you want to get ahead, you gotta hump and get it. Just a white boy looking for a place to do my thing. Well, I said a few things and I'll admit it. If you want to get ahead, you gotta hump and get it. Just a white boy looking for a place to do my thing. Well, I said a few things and I'll admit it. If you want to get ahead, you gotta hump and get it. Just a white boy looking for a place to do my thing. Well, I fucked that up in a variety of different ways. From the beginning to the middle to the end. Just basically a non-stop parade of fuck-ups. So that's just the nature of business in the big-time world of entertainment. I live in the big-time world of entertainment. You people wouldn't understand. Too much noise in the deadest dream. Loud enough to disrupt everybody's dreams. Frustration, mistakes are made until it seems everybody's just throwing shade. I won't be another casualty of other people's intentions. I used to think that some tomorrow would be time for yesterday, and then anything that one can borrow, no one really lets you sin a day. No one really lets you sin the day. You're empty, just like an unexpected visit from a bunch of men all dressed in blue suits. I always had that song memorized, actually. I'm surprised. I have a looper. I have a bass looper anyway. I think on the bass thing it loops. I think I should loop this. No, I don't think so. You know why? Because people will get bored of that very quickly. Just like if I were to loop this. If that were the only loop, people would be bored of that. Amp 5 is free, man. What is Amp 5? Amp 5 is free, man. What is Amp 5? Is Amp 5 better than Amp 4 was? Or should I go for Amp 6 because it's the latest amp of all the amps in the world? I might need like 1 or 2 more pieces of gear, but basically I don't need more gear. If it's digital gear, it's not as straightforward as you think. For me anyway, going through like, what are they called? VTI effects or something like that. Using Audacity. I've had trouble successfully going through digital effects between the board and the multi-tracker before on multiple occasions. So it's a bit of a, it's asking a lot of TE of me, which isn't exactly my favorite function. I mean, don't get me wrong, I think TE is fantastic. It's absolutely fantastic. The gap's narrowed. I'm not saying they're not good things. I'm saying they don't integrate well with my multi-tracker. I've had trouble using those kind of effects before. The ones that come between the sound card and the multi-tracker that aren't part of the multi-tracker. Because like the multi-tracker enables you to real-time try out some of the effects, but not others, and you have to preview it, you know? I'm using Audacity. I'm kind of bought into Audacity in the sense that I've been using it for years, so I'm extremely familiar with how it works. I've got all the key commands set up. I'm really quick and efficient with it. But I'm considering getting FL Studio, which would probably support those things a lot better. But the other thing is, generally speaking, I'd rather come in clean, or if I'm going to have distortion, maybe mic the amp, because every time you add effects to something, then it's like adding condiments before you finish making a sandwich. You're not really sure how much condiments to add or how it's going to taste. You're not sure what kind of sandwich you're going to make yet, you know. I mean, if you can get a great tone out of one of those things that you know you're not going to touch, right? Like, and use this exact tone. I'm not going to affect it at all anymore than this. I'm going to build everything around that tone. I'm going to minimally EQ it for fitting or something, then fine. But I think it's generally a better idea to come in clean, and then if you want effects on it, put effects on it late in the process, because if you put it on early in the process, you're degrading the sound quality of the thing because it's been affected. It's like, it doesn't necessarily mean it's worse, but by degrading, I mean it's not, it's been in some way altered from its fullest expression of the instrument, right? And so you're working with a more limited kind of, like, if you want things to sound really well produced and everything, the ideal would be to set up everything with all sounds exactly as you want them ahead of time. Record them and not touch it if you got it perfect, except for compressing. But that's kind of hard to do, if not impossible. So yeah, if you know what all your sounds are ahead of time, and you've got them integrated ahead of time, then it's fine to use those effects pre-board. You know you're going to use it just like that. I don't typically work like that. You know, it's like, I think Dr. Dre worked like that, where the first thing he did was make a bank of individual sounds, each of which were cool, like a bass sound and a kick sound and a snare sound, and he'd you know, spend a lot of time crafting each of those tones before he began even making loops with them or anything. And that certainly is not a bad way to work, but it's not really my way to work. I'm pooping again, guys, so this is the breakthrough morning. I think that salad yesterday finally did the trick. This is my third poop of the morning, and it's feeling like this might be a fairly, like, you know, substantial deposit in the poop bank. Some people call it a septic tank. I call it a poop tank. Even though Or we're going to be really precise, I'd call it a poop, pee, and other liquids tank. Ah, that was a good lot of poop right there. I'd say a solid half pound of poop, maybe that much. I'm not really familiar with how much poop weighs because I never pick up my poops and see how much they weigh. So I'm just really guesstimating here. I've got no SI experience to draw from regarding the weight of poops. But I'm still guesstimating about a half a pound of poop. At $12.99 a pound, that means you're paying $6.50 for that. Yeah, my poop goes for $12.99 a pound. Why would you want a pound of my poop? Well, first of all, it's only $13. So it's a good deal. I mean, it doesn't include shipping and handling. Shipping and handling is $199 because it requires me to pick up some of my poop. Anyway, once you receive your personally signed pound of poop from Eric, what are you going to do with it? The possibilities are endless. You could put it on your mantle, let it dry to a crispy golden brown, and point to it when visitors come over and say, "You know what that is?" The visitors will say, "Well, it looks like shit." You say, "It is. But that's not any shit. That's Eric's shit. Host Eric from YouTube, that's his poop right there." He even signed the pedestal it came with. See? Says right here, love, host Eric. Well, there's a really dedicated fan. Oh yeah, I've got everything, every product you can purchase from Host Eric. I even got the limited edition poo. Well, the thing is, it's an important piece of memorabilia because Eric's poos are often a major subject of his live streams. And so, to really get the feel of Host Eric in my house, I've had to purchase a pound of his poo. Take a water jet to your butthole. Take a water jet, clean it off. You got poop particles are sticking around. Take a water drop, wash them off. Butthole water jet. All right. Butthole water jet. That's what they should call bidets. A butthole water jet. Let's see what's on TV right now. Because I'm sure what you guys really want me to do is review World Cup stuff. How come the women's World Cup winner will get 4.3 million while the men's winner got 42 million? Well, as I explained before, because there's not nearly as many viewers nor ticket sales in the Women's World Cup, so there's less revenue, so they have to get paid less. Whether or not that's fair is irrelevant, right? I mean, I'm saying this as a huge, as probably like the most rabid World Cup, Women's World Cup watcher outside of the commentators and stuff, you know? Like, I have watched some portion at least, but hopefully all of most of the games that you could watch when they weren't concurrent, you know? And I missed the first couple of games. I think for the first three games of the World Cup. And I watched all of the other games, at least a portion of them. And when I could, the whole game. So I could not be a bigger actual supporter of women's soccer. Yet the notion that because men get paid more, they should get paid more is just ignoring all market realities, right? You get paid according to your market value. Women's soccer is its market value is skyrocketing, but it's not where men's soccer is, and you can't pay people out of revenue you don't get, right? You can't. Oh, I'm gonna pay you guys $42 million, but the total revenue from this is only $30 million. How are you gonna do that? You're not going to do that because then you lose money, and nobody wants to do that. So that's why I'm actually find myself rooting against the U.S. women's team because, as per this article I read the other day, they become more about social justice than soccer. Now, tonight at 10 p.m., there is a knockout stage game between Switzerland and Spain. Am I interested in that? Absolutely. Very interested in watching that. But at 1 a.m., the game we've all been waiting for, Japan versus Norway in the knockout stage. Norway squeaked into the knockout stage, finishing second in its group after losing shockingly to New Zealand in the first game of the tournament, tying somebody else, and then walloping whoever that other team was in their group. Norway. Let's look at their record, see if it shows here if I click on this. So Japan's last four games in the tournament were all wins. Norway, they lost to New Zealand, they drew Switzerland, and then they beat the Philippines 6-0. So Norway's coming in off of good performance, but Japan beat Panama 5-0. Oh, that was a friendly. I'm sorry, in the three games. They beat Zambia 5-0. They beat Costa Rica 2-0. They beat Spain 4-0. So they haven't given up a goal, have scored 11 goals in group play. That's like incredibly good. Now, interestingly as well, in recent head to heads, there are no recent head to heads. The last one was November 10th, 2018, which Japan won. But in the friendlies before the tournament began, Japan lost 1-0 to Denmark back in April, and they beat Panama 5-0 shortly before the World Cup started. In their previous games before the tournament, Norway lost to Spain 4-2. They drew Sweden 3-3. Then they lost to New Zealand, and they drew Switzerland, and they finally won against the Philippines. So Norway seems not necessarily that, I might say that reliable. but obviously they're doing. I mean, they're still a good team. Like they tied Switzerland in a warm up match, and Switzerland made through the break through the knockout stage as well. Now, regarding the third game of the day, which is 8-5 so that's tomorrow at 4 p.m. or 7 p.m. Is it 7? Is it adjusted for my time? Probably it is. The Netherlands beat Vietnam 7-0 in the last game of group stage. They tied the United States 1-0, and they beat Portugal 1-0. I mean 1-1 the United States. South Africa got in in the last game. First, they lost to Sweden 2-1. They drew Argentina 2-2, and then they beat Italy 3-2. In the games leading up to the tournament, they lost to Serbia in April 3-2, and then they beat Costa Rica 2-0 in July 14th. But Costa Rica, everybody beats Costa Rica. Everybody beat Costa Rica, yeah. Nobody loses to Costa Rica, no. Everybody beats Costa Rica, yeah. Because Costa Rica can play soccer well. Beating Costa Rica is no great accomplishment. They did terribly in the tournament. Now on August 6th, so August 5th and August 6th, Saturday, Sunday, there are 4 games total. They really comprise Friday night. Tonight at 10 p.m. is the first one. Early Saturday morning, 1 a.m. is the second one. Then the next day is really Sunday, 4 p.m. 7 p.m. Saturday evening is Netherlands versus South Africa. And then Sunday at 2 a.m., Sweden versus the U.S. 2 a.m. on Sunday night, huh? Or Sunday morning. I have to stay up for that one, Sweden versus the U.S. I would not be surprised if Sweden won that game, but if I were a betting man, I'd still actually put my money on the U.S. women to pull through and win that game. Because I think the U.S. played their worst possible game in the last game, managed to pull out a draw anyway, and managed to advance. I think there's no way they're going to play that badly again. Because everything was terrible last game. They just played terribly. Even basic simple things they were doing wrong. And I know that they're better than that. So we'll see. Butt flosser. Butt flosser was the name of an inventor / businessman in the 1890s. He actually was responsible for the first electric doorbell that played a little song. It was Beethoven's Fifth. He did like a music box, and he rang the doorbell and dun 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 dun. He invented that butt flosser. His full name was Butticus, but people called him Butt or Buddy. When people called him Buddy, he'd correct them. No, my name's Butt, TT. Like, your derriere. And they'd say, oh, I'm sorry, Butt. Some people would say butt, like and butt, and he'd say no. But, like the thing is sit on. You mean like a chair, people would say? He was baffled as to why this was so difficult for people to understand. Okay, I'm gonna wrap this up. Watch some television, take a nap, etc. So, my friends, goodbye, good night, and good luck.